is a presentation of the Ad Astra Sports Network, leading the way in regional sports coverage. Your home for the McPherson Bullpups is 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. Find exclusive Bullpup content online at adastraradio.com, including schedules, stories, and game day audio. Just ahead on the Midway Motors Drive to the Game, we'll preview tonight's matchup. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. The McPherson Bullpups play here.
At Midway Motors, we are here for you for every mile of life. Whether you're shopping for a new or used vehicle or selling one, Midway Motors will buy your vehicle even if you're not in the market to buy one of ours. Just stop by one of our 5 locations and one of our appraisers will evaluate your vehicle and you can leave with a check the same day. It's fast and easy. Visit MidwayMotors.com for more information. Midway Motors, for every mile of life.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Well, good evening and happy Friday. Welcome in to the campus of Salina South High School, where we bring you coverage of McPherson High School basketball here on 98.9, 1540 KMCP, AdAstraRadio.com, the free Ad Astra Radio mobile app, and the video live stream on Ad Astra TV. McPherson playing their second game in 2 days in the halfway mark, I guess you could say, if there is a halfway mark out of the 3 days, in the early season Salina South round robin. And today McPherson plays the host school on the road, the Cougars of Salina South High School. With studio engineer Sherry Bruce and Sarah Newberry, live stream coordinator Mitchell Bruce, I'm Lane Gillespie. Thank you for spending your Friday night with us. The pregame coverage is usually about 20 minutes long, but this will be a little bit longer as the game that's happening before McPherson and Salina South, which right now is the boys matchup between Liberal and Hayesville Campus, is still going on. In fact, it still has 3 minutes left in that game. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer pregame, but then 20 minutes after the conclusion of this matchup, which you may hear the commotion in the background as we speak, and we'll let you know how that goes later on. But that's pretty much what you're hearing is that game going on right now between Hayesville Campus and Liberal. But then it'll be McPherson and Salina South in their doubleheader with the tip-off 20 minutes, about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game. That is if it ends in regulation, because this is just a 3-point game, and I'm hoping that this does indeed go to just ends in regulation. I don't want a 30-minute to 45-minute long pregame. It may come to that. If it does, well, you'll just have to hear my voice for a little bit longer, and I'm sure you guys are fine with that. But still, McPherson High School coming in 1-0 on both the girls and the boys' side. Yesterday, the girls won 50-32 at Hayesville Campus last night after a struggling first half, but then turning it around defensively in the second half and using their quickness to win the game last night over campus. For the boys, they also defeated Hayesville Campus, but theirs was a little bit more of a nail-biter. They won only 66-64, highlighted by the game-winning alley-oop from Jet Pyle to Eli Reasoner in the final seconds. And then Hayesville Campus had a chance to win the game, but it came up just short. And McPherson starts off the 25-26 season on both sides 1-0. Salina South, on the other hand, their girls team fell to Liberal yesterday, 52-44. And this is a team that we'll talk about a little bit more, but they also had a struggling start, but just could not turn it around towards the later going. And their deficit was just a touch too much against Liberal. But this is a good Salina South team with some really good talent and some size on this team, which we'll talk about more later in the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. On the boys' side, they're 1-0 on the year as they defeated Liberal last night 64-42. As they also have some pretty good size, but key guys that can play at the guard spot as well. Both of these teams have a pretty good amount of experience, but both of the teams from McPherson, I talked to the coaches after, and they said, well, their team kind of went through some early season jitters, just first game jitters, so they're hoping that a lot of that is behind them now in this game as they settle in for their second game of the 2025-26 season. It's McPherson at Salina South as we continue the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. When we return, we'll give you the history between McPherson and Salina South. That's coming up next. You're listening to coverage of McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
You're on the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. Streaming online at adastraradio.com and on the Ad Astra Radio app. The McPherson Bullpups play on 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Kansas, trust the power of blue for your CanCare plan. Families trust Healthy Blue for doctor visits and prescriptions. New and expecting moms trust Healthy Blue for pregnancy support. And Healthy Blue provides extra benefits for your whole family. Choose the brand Kansans have trusted for more than 80 years. Visit choosehealthyblue.com/KS for more details. Trust the power of blue.
For over 80 years, Farm Bureau Financial Services has served the unique needs of the ag industry. We get to know you and your operation, providing coverage for your farm, ranch, machinery, crops, livestock, and so much more. Find out why we've been the #1 ag insurer for 25 years. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Call Farm Bureau agent Luke Bauer in McPherson at 620-241-0225.
#1 ag insurer across our territory, 1996 to 2021 SNL P&C Group Direct Written Premium.
Happy holidays from Midway Motors. The one thing that has remained unchanged is our commitment to be here for you. This holiday season, we're here for any sales or service needs that you may have. Visit us online at midwaymotors.com or stop by and see us in person. We wish you and your family the best. Happy holidays from all of us at Midway Motors.
Even trying to enjoy a fun event can be difficult after the loss of a loved one. Unanswered questions, feelings of stress and grief are only natural. As the owner and director of Inman Funeral Home, I bring over 25 years of experience bringing comfort and empathy during time of loss. Rely on me to guide you through all aspects of planning a funeral service with compassion, dignity, and respect. I'm Athena Johnson with Inman Funeral Home. Find me at inmanfh.com.
Welcome back into the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. We continue our pregame coverage between McPherson High School and Salina South for the basketball doubleheader here at Salina South. It's the middle point of the 3 games in the Salina South preseason tournament. To give you the history between McPherson and Salina South is our Bullpup historian, Mark Heinebrecht. Just like we saw yesterday with Hayesville campus, Salina South is a team that McPherson has played quite a bit, but not in a while. Yesterday was the first matchup between McPherson and Hayesville since 2010. Today's is since 2011.
Right. Okay, the girls' record against Salina South is 30-13. The series started back in 1975, and that was Ark Valley play. And the last game was played on December 2nd, 2011. So that's a total of 43 games in this series, and that ranks 10th out of the 105 basketball opponents since 1969. So this is a team much like campus that we used to play twice a year every time. So it's been a while now, but we're back on the road, and we'll see what they're like. Our home record against Salina South is 15-3. Our away record is 9-5, and on a neutral site, 6-5. Offensive averages, McPherson's averaging 49.1 points per game, Salina South 41.6. Average winning margin, McPherson wins by 14.5 points per game against South, and South wins by 8.5 on average points per game. McPherson has a 1-game winning streak versus Salina South Cougars. That last game we won was a 52-34 win at Salina South. Highest scores in the series, McPherson scored 63 points on December 7th, 2007 at Salina South for a 63-50 win. Salina South scored 65 points on December 12th, 2008 in McPherson for a 65-48 win. Highest winning margins in the series, McPherson won by 32 points on December 3rd, 1999 in McPherson by a score of 53-21. That was a undefeated state championship team for the girls that year in 99. Salina South's highest winning margin was 21 points on December 12th, 1997 at Salina South by a score of 57-36, 48 years ago. We have a notable game that sticks in my memory, in my craw too. On March 4th, 1995, the undefeated McPherson Bullpups were upset in the sub-state finals at the Roundhouse, 40-53, ending their season at 21-1. It was an extremely tough loss to swallow. Left a bad taste in the McPherson fans' mouth, at least those that were witnessed the game back then.
Right. So, but that's the history for the girls. Let's now head to the history for the boys.
This history dates back to 1970, and the last game was played December 2nd, 2011. So that's 51 games. The series stands at 40-11 in McPherson's favor, and the 51 games ranks 18th out of the 113 basketball opponents since 1937. The home record is 23-3, away 14-6, and neutral site 3-2. Offensive average, McPherson's averaging 61.5 points per game, Salina South 49.1 points per game. Average winning margin, McPherson wins by 18.8 points per game on average, and Salina South 10.8 points per game. McPherson has a 14-game winning streak currently against Salina South. The last game was a 67-32 win at Salina South on December 2nd, 2011. Highest scores in the series, McPherson scored 84 points on February 16th, 1973, at McPherson for an 84-53 win. That was a state championship team. Salina South scored 73 points on December 1st, 2000, at Salina South for a 73-70 win. Highest winning margins for the series, McPherson won by 47 points on March 3rd, 2010, in McPherson by a score of 74-27. Salina South's highest winning margin in the series, 21 points on February 4th, 1977, in Salina South, at Salina South, by a score of 64-43. Coach Kinnaman's record versus Salina South is 19-6. A couple notable games that stick in my mind. There was a sub-state loss on March 11th, 1998, by a score of 48-61, which broke a 10-year consecutive streak of 10 state tournament appearances. So it's kind of a bitter pill to swallow not going to state that year. And then we had a game 57-70 overtime loss on March 5th, 2004 at Salina South that ended McPherson's undefeated season in a huge upset. McPherson was the odds-on favorite to win state, but instead ended the season at 21-1.
We need more positive, notable games on this one.
Well, I've said this before. The ones I remember are the losses. The wins all kind of run together. So,
I mean, there's a lot of wins. So yeah, I do understand that. Yeah,
so,
totally.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you, Mark. Well, that's Mark Heidebrecht, our Bullpup historian, giving us the history between McPherson and Salina South. See him once again tomorrow, where McPherson takes on Liberal. Mark, see you tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll have more coming up next in the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. You're listening to coverage of McPherson High School basketball on KMCP.
More of the Midway Motors Drive to the Game coming up. Midway Motors in McPherson, Newton, Hutchinson, and Hillsboro. For every mile of life. Your home for the McPherson Bullpups is 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
At People's Bank & Trust, we value our customers. We know you have plenty of choices for your mortgage loans, but we think we have what you're looking for, relationship banking. And if you're considering refinancing or purchasing a new home, check our competitive rates before you make that change. Your payments will be made at home, and you'll receive good personalized service. That's how we've established many long-lasting relationships. Make a change, know your lender, and make your payments at home with People's Bank & Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hello, I'm Gloria Schrader, a proud McPherson parent and grandparent who believes that teamwork is key to reaching our goals. Working in the claims department at Farmers Alliance, I love seeing our company unite to support our policyholders through tough times. Being a part of a team that helps people rebuild their lives is as awesome as a victory in the big game. At Farmers Alliance, we're excited to be part of this amazing community and thrilled to cheer on all our local teams to success.
At McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners, we take pride in helping our customers look good, and we're proud to be a part of downtown McPherson with drop-off and pickup services now at A5 Western. We can save you time with our laundry service and offer specialty services as well, including wedding dress cleaning and preservation, bedding, drapes, and blankets. Drop off and pick up from McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners at A5 Western in downtown McPherson.
Need reliable electrical work? Call Ad Electric in McPherson. We are locally family-owned and committed to providing quality electrical services. Give us a call at 620-241-3757 or visit HeadElectricInc.com.
The Bradbury Company, headquartered in Mound Ridge, is a family-owned custom equipment builder, and they're hiring qualified candidates for manufacturing roles. Apply online at BradburyGroup.com. The Bradbury Company, wishing the best of luck to all the teams.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to the Midway Motors Drive to the game, and this will likely be a longer pregame. As I mentioned before the last segment, there's a game going on before McPherson and Salina South. That is currently the boys' game at between Liberal and Campus. 0.3 seconds left in the fourth quarter, tied at 44. It's likely this game is going to overtime, so may have a little bit longer of a pregame and wait just quite a bit longer to see the McPherson girls in action. In fact, they were getting ready in the tunnel to play. Now the girls players are going into the stands to be with their families while they wait for what's to come. So this is part of the Salina South tournament here today, as it is McPherson taking on Salina South. But, of course, got to wait for this action to conclude, and it's likely going to take a while, as it looks like this game's going to a 4-minute extra period. This was also just originally scheduled. Yep, for sure, the game's going to overtime. So this was originally scheduled to begin at 6 o'clock, but not quite happening, at least as of yet. So let's just go ahead and preview a little bit more about what's to come and what will be in about 30 or 40 minutes probably, because this game's not even close to over. And, of course, they got to have the 15 to 20-minute buffer between the two games. So that'll be something to keep an eye on, but it'll be a little bit of a longer and a later night here tonight in Salina. So the McPherson girls, who will tip off first, 1-0 on the year, going up against Salina South, who's 0-1. McPherson last night faced off against Hayesville Campus on the road at Hayesville Campus, and the Bullpups, after a bit of a struggling start to the game, especially in the first quarter and a half, they were able to pick it up late in the second quarter, and then in the second half, their hustle and everything just turned out to be a whole lot better. Moving on into the, towards the end of the game, they showed a lot of their toughness and their resiliency in that second half, and they as I mentioned, in that second half, they were able to really turn it around and have a key end, even when things weren't going their way. Now, I talked to Coach Clint Kinnaman before today's game, and he did tell me how many turnovers there were. In fact, the turnover margin, McPherson won the turnover battle by 8, and that was with McPherson having 26 turnovers last night. So Campus had 34 turnovers last night. Coach Kinnaman said in the post-game interview yesterday that he thought likely that there would have been 40 on Campus, 40 turnovers for Campus last night, but that was not the case. That was not the case yesterday, but very, very close. But the offense kind of hit and miss, but definitely turned around in the second half, especially led by Riley Whitfield, who had a team-high 12 points, and Amory Lowry as a sophomore with a career-high 10 points as well. McPherson really spread the wealth on the offensive end. Jersey Alexander also had one heck of a game. She finished with 8 points on the contest. And then also Kaysen Blake in her very first game had 4 points. Coach Kinnaman told me earlier today she was super nervous, had a lot of butterflies in her stomach last night before the game. And, in fact, Coach Kinnaman told me she went up to him and said, "My stomach really hurts." And Coach Kinnaman said, "Just settle in and play basketball." And she did just that. She was a key difference maker in the first quarter for McPherson, having some key early rebounds, just flying to the ball, and also the first 2 made field goals by McPherson yesterday. Now, the Bullpups also went to the free throw line a lot. They drove to the basket to possibly get free throw line trips, and they did just that. They were terrific at the charity stripe yesterday. So that really helped them into that win as well last night, where they won 50-32. McPherson did over Hayesville Campus. For Salina South, however, last night they went up against Liberal right here in their home court, where they lost 52-44. This is a team that brings back 80% of their production from a season ago, but Salina South finished 10-11 and lost in the first round of the sub-state tournament, falling to Bishop Carroll last season. They're under head coach Justin Ebert, and this is a team that really struggled against Liberal last night. Really down by a lot out of the gate. They were able to try to cut it back in, but a lot of missed free throws, foul trouble, and trouble handling the ball in the contest yesterday. But Liberal's defensive pressure also threw them off quite a bit. South was able to cut the deficit to 4 late, but they were unable to just get past the hump late into the game, and Liberal starts off the season 1-0 on the season, defeating Salina South last night. So Salina South a chance to turn it around here today against a pretty young McPherson team, and also it's just a good chance just to get their first win of the season. And this is going to be kind of a stretch of attrition on who's going to, how do I put this? Basically, who has the lot better. I'm looking for the right word here. The basically going for I almost had it. Basically going on for as long as you can, and making sure that you don't really slow things down the later going. I'm sure I'm sure you at home are screaming the word to me and what I'm talking about. But yeah, but still, either way, this is going to be a war of attrition throughout the entire week, and it's also a good chance just to show, hey, these are teams that are going to play 3 games back to back in 3 days. And you're going to see more of that later on. Both teams have midseason invitationals. McPherson has one at home. Salina South does as well. They have the Salina Invitational, which is held here every year. And then you also see that in the postseason, where you're going to be playing 3 games in the span of maybe, if you go all the way to state, you're going to be playing 3 games in the span of like 4 days. So you got to, win this war of attrition. And even if you're tired, you just got to keep going and going and going. And they're going to try to do just that today. We'll talk more about this matchup when we return. This game coming up before McPherson has just over 1 minute remaining, so it's a longer pregame that we have here today. I think by my estimate, tip-off may or may not be until about 6:25. That is, if they do have the 20-minute buffer in between games to allow the teams to warm up and get themselves ready. But this boys game between Liberal and Campus is in overtime right now, which is why this is taking a little bit longer than we are accustomed to, as it was supposed to be a 6 o'clock tip-off for the girls team, and then about 7:30 for the boys, but we're going to be here pretty late here in Salina tonight. Thankfully, it's a Friday night, but then McPherson has to play back right back here tomorrow for a doubleheader against Liberals. The girls tip off at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and the boys at 2:30 against Liberal, and then following that is when Salina South will play Hayesville Campus to close off the tournament. So coming up next, we'll preview a little bit more for this game and also just what's to come this season for McPherson High School girls basketball. And we'll have a little bit more of that coming up right after this. This is coverage of McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
The Midway Motors Drive to the Game continues after this. Stream the Bullpups all season with live audio and video on the free Ad Astra Radio app. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers is all about the good and creating more of it. More drive-through celebrations, more weekend traditions, more family dinners and lunches, more car picnics and road trips, more desserts, maybe more second desserts, more celebrating being together as much as we can. There's always room for more good and more Freddy's. Keep the good going with a taste that brings you back.
Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers in Hutchinson and McPherson.
Let the party begin where the pizza never ends. Come fuel up, raise up a cup, gather up your grub at the Hub.
Hey, it's Sammy from the Hub Brick Oven and Brewery, inviting y'all to join us in Mound Ridge. The station, Coffee and Bakery, is open at 7:30 a.m. Monday through Saturday for all your coffee, bakery, and ice cream fixes. Don't forget to try one of our delicious appetizers. Our brick oven is fired up from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Come get your grub at the Hub.
At Powell Law, Tom takes the time to make justice accessible for everyone. That's why we offer free consultations day or night, and even on the weekends. Whether you're dealing with a workers' compensation claim, personal injury, or an accident that was no fault of your own, the dedicated team at Powell Law is here to evaluate your case and fight for the compensation you deserve. Don't wait. Call Powell Law today at 620-241-9000 to schedule your free consultation. Because at Powell Law, Tom takes the time to be there when you need him the most.
Unwrap savings with MTC Fiber Internet in December. Celebrate 120 years of MTC with 120 days of free fiber internet. Visit mtcforme.com/get fiber now. Call 877-216-9951 or stop by one of our offices in Little River, Lyons, Marquette, McPherson, or Sterling to stay merry, bright, and connected.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South and a bit of a extended pregame as this is part of the Salina South preseason, kind of a round robin. You know, you could call it a tournament, but there's no bracket. It's just 4 teams play the 3 others in this one, so it's kind of a round robin. So McPherson getting ready for a doubleheader against Salina South, but the girls were originally planned to tip off at 6 o'clock, but the game happening before them, the boys' game between Liberal and Campus, is currently in the final seconds of overtime. So it's going to be a bit longer before McPherson gets things going here today against Salina South, as there's still likely about the 20-minute buffer between the 2 games that you normally see. And it looks like we'll see, we'll make sure. But this game before that, which is in overtime between Liberal and Campus on the boys' side, 4.6 seconds left. Campus is going to the free throw line with up by 4. So it looks like, barring a miracle comeback, Campus is going to win this game. And what would be a comeback win? Because they were down quite a lot in the first half. I mean, I showed up here just a little after 4 o'clock, so about 20 minutes before this game began. And, it's been a pretty exciting game, but it's about to come to an end, and McPherson will get ready to get things going. The Salina South High School Band is also getting ready, which they will be deep towards our left. There is a kind of a bleacher risers area behind the basket to our left, which I believe is the south side. I could be totally wrong there. But they're getting ready right there. More and more fans are starting to pile in as they get ready for the final 2 games today between McPherson and Salina South. Some are still trying to, kind of waiting at the doors and getting ready to get things going here today. But the girls' game will start off. McPherson 1-0, and Salina South is 0-1 this year. Let's talk a little bit more about what's to come this season for McPherson High School. Obviously a back-to-back-to-back slate against really good teams. You're going against 2 6A teams. They defeated Hayesville Campus last night, but then they also go up against Liberal tomorrow, and Liberal's a pretty good team. They're 2-0 to start off their season. But then after that, it doesn't get any easier, especially on the girls' side and the boys' side too. 6A school in Derby next Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday. That'll be at Derby. Then at Andover next Friday. So that's a 5A school. Then you finally have your first game against a 4A team. That'll be at home against Buhler Tuesday, December 16th. Correction, that's on the road against Buhler. My apologies on that. That's on the road against Buhler. So McPherson is not going to have an easy stretch by any stretch of the imagination, no pun intended, to start off. And then the game that was originally scheduled to be at home against Circle on Friday, December 19th, and what was going to be the Wall of Fame night. If you didn't get the news earlier this week, that has been postponed because the Roundhouse is still not ready due to the flood damage that they had over the summer. And they're still fixing the Roundhouse and getting everything together. They do plan on it being ready, but it will be just after the new year, so it will not be ready in time for that game scheduled for December 19th. So that game has been moved to Saturday, January 17th, and that will come, and actually that kind of works out for McPherson because they only have one game that week on both the girls and the boys' side, and that's that Tuesday against Winfield. And because they have a little bit of a buffer before the early season tournaments, at least a week's buffer. So, just for example, on the girls' side, they're originally scheduled to have that buffer, then play the Tuesday after at home against El Dorado, and then have some time off as McPherson would have the McPherson Invitational. And then the week after, McPherson would have the Mid-America Classic right after that. So it works out in McPherson's favor, and, want to give a really special shout-out to Circle for having the flexibility on their schedule to not only reschedule it or even just have it move at any point either way, but now to play on a Saturday. And the Saturday before the early season invitationals, that's awesome of them. So we really do appreciate it. McPherson really does appreciate it, I should say. And, McPherson will have their Wall of Fame game on Saturday, January 17th. That won't be their first scheduled home game. Their first scheduled home game is January 6th against Augusta. So we certainly hope that the Roundhouse will be ready by then. By all accounts, as far as we know, it should be. But obviously we won't know until the time comes where we get the go-ahead and say, hey, we're all good to go. Because, we've seen pretty clear anything that can go wrong will go wrong. I forget whose law that is, but it's somebody's. So it's been, kind of tough, especially, these teams. They play at home a lot. McPherson does, even like in the early season, and then obviously with the mid-season invitationals that both the girls and the boys have. But for them to not be able to play a home game until January is a bit tough, and also to have their practice schedules change, because the way that their practice schedules usually work, one team practices in the Roundhouse and the other team practices in the Yonks Gym, and that usually goes on at the same time. But now both of these teams kind of had to change the location of their practices. In most cases, they practice after school, both in the Yonks Gym, with one team right after school and then the other at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the evening. So there have had to have been a lot of flexibility when it came to just everything going on. But everybody's done a good job of getting past that flexibility and just things going a little bit differently than they would have liked. So it's a special shout-out to both of these teams for doing so. The game prior ended about 2.5 minutes ago, and it's about 17 minutes till tip-off between McPherson and Salina South in this girls basketball matchup. Again, the game prior went to overtime. That was between Hayesville Campus and Liberal in the boys matchup. It went to overtime, in which Campus won by 4 points. So that's why it's a little bit longer, and we have a more longer halftime. If we get some score updates as we continue on this Midway Motors drive to the game, we will go ahead and give those to you. But we will actually go ahead and take a timeout, and when we return, we'll go ahead and preview a little bit more about what's to come and also give you the starters between McPherson and Salina South. You're listening to coverage of McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
On the basketball court, a good offense is the best defense. You can count on Farm Bureau agent Teresa Boken to be your family's point guard and defend you against whatever life throws your way. She's there to handle your auto, home, life, and business insurance needs. Don't wait for the worst to happen when it comes to your insurance. Talk to Farm Bureau agent Teresa Boken in Sterling today and see how she can protect what matters most.
Contact me, Teresa Boken, in Sterling at 620-278-2572.
Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agriculture Insurance Company.
At Mid-Kansas Credit Union, we live by our motto, grounded in the past, growing for the future. We are a full-service credit union with offices in Mound Ridge and Buhler. Mid-Kansas Credit Union would like to wish all the athletes the best of luck as they compete this season.
This is Derek Fees with APAC Kansas Shares Division. You know we do big projects, but we also want you to know we can help you with parking lots, driveways, and other projects at your home or business. Asphalt or concrete, we're here to help. Call APAC today at 620-662-2112.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South High School as McPherson gets ready to take on Salina South High School, of course, as part of the Salina South tournament. But again, going to be a little bit longer before we start off, as the game that was before went a little bit longer. It went to overtime. That was between Hayesville Campus and Liberal on the boys' side. So this game will tip off in approximately a little over 15 minutes between McPherson and Salina South. So yeah, it's not what we're used to or accustomed to, or even what we were expecting. I mean, it's possible that we would expect that this would be a little bit of a little bit of a delay because, of course, it's part of a tournament, so some games are going to start later than others, but didn't quite, go the way that we would expect. So either way, though, McPherson and Salina South both warming up on the court on the campus of Salina South here today. And again, McPherson is 1-0. Salina South is 0-1. McPherson defeated Hayesville Campus last night 50-32, and Salina South lost to Liberal last night 52-44. We don't quite have the starting lineups. We probably won't get to get those until tip-off. However, we'll give you some of the players to watch out for both of these teams, as both teams still continue to get ready for this contest. the leading scorer yesterday was Riley Whitfield. Now, she did not get the start, but Coach Kinnaman said that she likely will here today. So, and that's also because this team will be a little bit thin. One of their key shooters, Marin Sandbo, she will not be playing tonight as she is at home. Not feeling well, so she's at home. We hope she feels better, especially in time for tomorrow, but we will see. So there won't be any. Marin Sandbo will not be playing today. Now, she had just 3 points, but she's someone that can really shoot the lights out if she gets an opening. So this team will also have to rely on Jersey Alexander, who had a career day yesterday, career high 8 points. And she was also just someone that really flew to the ball, and that was something that head coach Clint Kinnaman before the game today was really, really proud of. Just the fact that, not necessarily just with the scoring, but more so just how much effort that she showed in yesterday's contest against Hayesville campus. And that's been a strength of this team, as we've talked about before. This is a team that is very competitive, very physical, and they fight for 50-50 balls. And honestly, 7 times out of 10, even though they're 50-50 balls, if McPherson fights for it, chances are they're likely going to win because they try to be the first ones to the ball, and they usually win that battle. And it's a very competitive bunch. And, you may think if they're competitive, then maybe they're super competitive in practice, which, yeah, they are, but obviously they show a lot of love for each other. This is a team that really loves each other's company. There's usually smiles all around. I mean, even during the game, there's always smiles all around. With how competitive they can be, they just love being on the floor, being able to play, and being with each other. And I mean, they're pretty much family. So it's always awesome to see. So other players to watch out for McPherson. Amory Lowry had a career day yesterday with 10 points for the Bullpups. Jensen Alexander, she got the start but did not score. But look for her in the low post, as she is someone that can finish with contact and get through double teamers and fly to the ball to get the rebound as well. So she's someone to watch out for as well. And then the freshman, Kaysen Blake, who we talked about earlier, head coach Clint Kinnaman said she was very nervous ahead of her very first game, especially playing on varsity as a freshman to start off the season. Not only that, but starting. But Coach Kinnaman said she was very nervous, but Coach K, Clint Kinnaman, there's 2 Coach Ks. So Clint basically told her, hey, just settle down, relax, just play basketball. She did just that. She was a difference maker in the early going, and I think we both agreed, there will always be early jitters, and then once you, continue to play, those jitters will start to go away as you get further into the season. I mean, heck, sometimes it just takes game 2 or 3 for things to turn around and you to settle in mentally and physically, especially when you go up to start off the season against really tough groups, especially today with this Salina South group, which we'll talk a bit more about. It helps out when you go up against other teams in the around the state and also just in the league, and that's not a bat at the league, but I mean, there's unfortunately the top teams from last year are losing a lot of their firepower that they had last year. So McPherson bringing back a lot of their production, trying to finish towards the top in the league like they did 2 years ago, and last year they finished just 5-5 in the league to put them in 4th. So this is a McPherson team that's scrappy and may not be, the best scoring or, as some say, the most or I say as some say, but not quite the most talented, but they're the most physical. They are competitive, and sometimes that's all you need to be an amazing basketball team. You don't necessarily need all of the talent and stuff that's really going to fly off the numbers, where you take a look at the numbers on social media and you think that this player may be playing at this next level for basketball or anything. No, it's just this team's very physical and they're very competitive, and that's what helps them win ball games. For Salina South, they're coming off a 10-11 season, but they have a lot of playmakers from last year. In fact, this team returns 4 starters and 8 seniors. Now they're led as such by the center in the low post, who stands at 6'3". That's Peyton Fritz, who is signed to play softball at the Division I level and the Power 5 level at UNLV. So she's going to go from Salina, Kansas to Las Vegas, Nevada to play softball starting next year, and she actually signed just the other day in the early signing period, I should say. She's a terrific athlete, a 3-sport athlete at that, so she's going to be the one to keep an eye on. She had 17 points to lead the team last night in their loss but she possibly could have had more, but she got in early foul trouble, which is why and in fact, only 5 of those points were in the first half. The other 12 were in the second half. Last year, 14.5 points a game, 8.5 rebounds a game, plus 1 block per contest. First team All-League honoree in the Arc Valley Chisholm Trail League in Division I, and a 5A All-State honorable mention last season. But also key guards on this team, including a sharpshooter, Briley Moss, the 5'8 senior, who also averaged 5.8 points per game last season. Brooklyn Jordan, a 5'2 senior, not quite the size, but is also a terrific shooter and good at just driving to the lane. She had 12 points last night, coming off a year where she averaged 7 points and 4 rebounds. The 4 rebounds were the second highest amongst returners, and that's as someone who's standing at 5'2. So that's a really, really impressive mark. And then this team will also see key players like Kyla Hamill and Lauren Crow here today, and Ella Barth as well. So this is a good Salina South team. So McPherson's going to be battle tested once again against this squad from Salina South High School here tonight. So again, McPherson in their second game of the season coming up tonight. Tip-off is less than 10 minutes away, and we took a little bit longer in this Midway Motors drive to the game, which if you missed it earlier, it's because the game that happened prior, the boys game between Liberal and Hayesville campus, went to overtime. That's why we were in the delay for the game to start. So we will tip off in about 10 minutes. We'll preview a little bit more coming up next as we continue the Midway Motors drive to the game. But before we do have a McPherson Dental Care scoreboard update. Hillsborough and Sterling girls going at it right now, and Hillsborough up 14-6 at the end of one quarter. That is thanks to the announcers, or actually the board operator, Heath Schroeder, for that game. And those scoreboard updates brought to you by McPherson Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch. We'll be back after this at Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball on KMCP.
Merry Christmas from all of us here at Pools Plus. All in-stock spas are at their lowest prices and ready to be delivered. If you're having a hard time finding the perfect gift for your loved one, why not a gift card from Pools Plus? Come see your friends at Pools Plus and let us help spread the holiday cheer with the most magical savings. Shop local. Shop Pools Plus, 21 East 1st in downtown Hutchinson.
If you can't remember the last time you've reviewed your insurance, you're not alone. Alliance Agency Inc. and Buckeye Insurance Group work together to make sure you are properly covered. Call the friendly, knowledgeable staff at Alliance Agency Inc. at 620-241-0213. They'll provide service that exceeds expectations and coverage that meets your needs. Buckeye Insurance Group and Alliance Agency Inc. working together to protect you.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Back in live at Salina South High School, just under 6 minutes away from the pregame festivities, which likely will be a national anthem or just the starting lineups. Not quite sure yet, but we don't have the starting lineups as of yet. We will get them in just a bit. But McPherson coming in 1-0 on the girls' side, and the Salina South girls are 0-1. On the flip side, both on the boys' side for McPherson and Salina South, both teams are 1-0 to start off the year. That will be about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game. So yeah, for all listening and for all those watching and maybe wondering why isn't there game action, well, that's why. We're still in the pregame festivities because of the game that happened prior. So we're very close, though. We're a lot closer than we were 30 minutes ago, or even when this broadcast started. So we're getting close from tip-off between McPherson and Salina South High School. So again, this is McPherson's second game of the year. They're 1-0 after defeating Hayesville campus last night. But now, I talked a little bit about what's to come on the girls' side. Let's talk a bit about what's to come on the boys' side as well. And yeah, a lot of that is, the same opponents that the girls' teams are going to face, as McPherson obviously has Derby on Tuesday and over next Friday. And that Derby team McPherson lost to last year, well, they bring back a lot of talent. And in the preseason KVCA poll, ranked at number 5 in 6A, while McPherson was number 3 behind Ottawa and Rock Creek. And that Ottawa team, or rather Baldwin and Rock Creek, my apologies. That Baldwin team McPherson beat in the quarterfinal in state last year. Their 2 leading scorers from last year, their 2 stars, are back, and they're seniors this year. So Ottawa honestly might be Baldwin might be the front runner to win state for the 4A boys this year. We'll see. Obviously, McPherson they're eyeing that three-peat, and they do have some experience. Obviously, not quite as much as they did last year, but they were battle-tested last night against a really tough, physical Hayesville campus team where, their record may not show it, especially from last season, but they were a very, very tough team. Coach Kinnaman would agree with that, and obviously some first-game stuff that didn't quite go the way that they would have liked, but they know that they can try to, there's still some things to fix, and it's, good to see the flaws in games 1 through 3 rather than game 20. So, as a great coach, the Hall of Fame coach, Coach Kinnaman is going to try to, find things to tune and turn things around as we get further on, or even into today, as both teams were, they didn't quite have practice, but they did, of course, shoot around and everything, but also had their, scouting before the game and just basically just telling each other what they need to fix for what they need to fix with a lot of stuff. So, we'll see. We'll see how this will go. So, but for the boys' side, as both girls' teams are about to come back out onto the floor, the boys' side, Derby, Andover, then Bueller, then they face Olathe South in the 8-10 Varsity Showcase, which will be played at Shawnee Mission East High School near Kansas City. So last 2 years they were at Shawnee Mission Northwest. This year is at Shawnee Mission East. So yeah, it's a different school. It's still around the same area, but a different school this time around. If you are planning on taking the long trek, if you're planning on taking the trek all the way to Kansas City to do that, that's about a 3-hour drive, which obviously I'm going, but for the others that are going to watch, more power to you. But it's also a Saturday, so that also works out, and it's just right before winter break. Or maybe that's about the start of winter break. It's definitely about the start for our winter break. So yeah, that'll be a fun one over at the 8-10 Showcase as the girls play Olathe North, the boys Olathe South. It's not Bishop Miege this time. The last couple of years there was a doubleheader against another 4A powerhouse in Bishop Miege. This time, Olathe North and Olathe South down at Shawnee Mission East High School. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Then their McPherson Invitational Field is tough once again. It always is, but it will definitely write another chapter this year at the McPherson Roundhouse once that gets all ready to go. For both these teams after their midseason invitationals, a couple of tough road games, Wichita Collegiate and then Andale. McPherson hasn't played Andale in a while, and they'll head to Andale to play a couple of really good Andale squads. Then they're at home against Hayes, which McPherson was swept by Hayes last year on the road. Then back to league play to finish off the season. At home against Bueller, at Circle, at Augusta, at home against Mulvane, then at Winfield. And then there's the new postseason, which Sub-State is about the same. Sub-State is the same, but then State is different. The State quarterfinals are in a neutral location, not the same as it was the last few years, because the State semifinal and State final, they'll be in one location, but there will be multiple classifications at that same location. McPherson this year, 4A, will be at the Hutchinson Sports Arena in Hutch. So still not far from McPherson, but they get to go to Hutchinson rather than Salina this go around. Coming up next, we'll give you the starting lineups and tip-off between McPherson and Salina South as the girls matchup is coming up right after this. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Hi, Josh French, owner of Tallgrass Turf Solutions in McPherson. Now's the time to rebuild your lawn after the summer heat damage. From aerations to overseeds, we can set up your lawn for success next year. For all of your turf management and lawn care needs, contact Tallgrass Turf Solutions in McPherson. Online at tallgrassturfsolutions.com. Tallgrass Turf Solutions in McPherson, we build gorgeous, self-sustaining lawns.
The new Ranke E3 uses high-strength steel because it's tried and true. Why mess with perfection? The industry's highest strength-to-weight ratio is used in all Ranke systems. At Ranke, you can take your pick from a range of materials to fend off corrosion and cater to your specific needs. Contact your local Ranke dealer, Bullseye Irrigation of Inman, today. Ranke uses common sense just like you do. Discover common sense. Discover the new E3. Bullseye Irrigation of Inman is your Ranke dealer. Ranke, more right than rain.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South High School. The starting lineups are being announced for this girls matchup between McPherson and Salina South as McPherson gets ready to take on the Cougars of Salina South. Again, we were a bit delayed, a little bit more than normal because of the game that happened beforehand, but now we are just about to get things going, about 30 minutes behind schedule, but thus is life when it comes to invitationals, so that tends to happen. Let's now give you the starting lineups. They are brought to you by Ag 360 Insurance. For the McPherson Bullpups, they are sophomore Jersey Alexander, senior Brooke Doyle, junior Riley Whitfield, junior Piper Alvord, and freshman Kason Blake. Again, those are Alexander, Doyle, Whitfield, Alvord, and Blake. For Salina South, their starting lineups are as follows. Senior Ella Barth, senior Brooklyn Jordan, senior Briley Moss, sophomore Kyla Hamill, and senior Peyton Fritz. So again, for Salina South, those starters are Barth, Jordan, Moss, Hamill, and Fritz. Starting lineups are brought to you by Ag 360 Insurance. Ag 360 Insurance is here to partner in your legacy. Contact agents Darren Eddy or Cody Moores in Inman, McPherson. Of course, the road team, as they're at Salina South, they're in their road red unis, red jerseys, red shorts with white trim, white lettering and numbering on the front and back, spelling McPherson above the numbers. Salina South in their home whites, white jerseys and white shorts with green and yellow trim, green lettering and numbering on the front and back with the yellow outline spelling South above the numbers. We are underway. Salina South wins the tip, but then turns it over. McPherson gets it right back. Those uniforms brought to you by McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners. It's where to take your clothes. McPherson with the ball. They go from left to right as we view the floor. We are underway here at Salina South. Jersey Alexander, tough shot up, won't go. It's short and a dime for the loose ball between both squads, and a tie-up is called. The arrow will keep it with McPherson. Finally underway for this doubleheader, the second of 3 games in a row in 3 days for the Salina South round robin. They played into Blake on the baseline and then a handoff to Whitfield, but her foot was on the baseline, so out of bounds, gives it back to Salina South. McPherson under head coach Clint Kinnaman, 34th year coaching overall, but is second at McPherson. Salina under head coach Justin Ebert. Salina South with the ball on the right wing is Jordan. Now top of the key, ball above the head for Barth. Now into the 6'3 sender Fritz, but kick into the corner, a 3, got it. Briley Moss, who's a sharpshooter, got to keep an eye on her. She hits it from distance to put South up 3-0, 55 seconds in. Immediately, Coach Kinnaman will head to the bench. Into the corner, Alvord tries to answer with a 3, too strong. Long rebound goes to Jersey Alexander. McPherson keeps with a fresh shot clock. Again, a 35-second shot clock this year, the second year that they do so here in high school in Kansas. Whitfield on the drive, scoop layup off the mark, but a foul called on Salina South, and Whitfield will go to the line. Foul will be called on Jordan, her first. That being Brooklyn Jordan. So Riley Whitfield to shoot 2, and she had a team-high 12 points last night, but no shot bigger than the circus shot she just threw behind her head that went down against campus last night. First free throw goes down for Riley. Amory Lowry checks in for Kason Blake. 6:48 to go first quarter. McPherson down 3-1, but one more free throw coming for Riley Whitfield. On its way, and good. She likely would have had another shot at it, though, because Hamill went into the lane, and it would have been a potential lane violation, but because the free throw went in, no matter. So 3-2 South, a minute 20 in. High pass into the lane. Fritz turns past Alvord, but misses the shot strong. Rebounded by McPherson. Doyle with the board. McPherson wants to push. Alvord steps through, lost the handle. Out of bounds, though, off of South, and it will stay with McPherson. Jordan tried to save it, but could not in time. McPherson will keep playing into the corner for Alvord. Lowry near side, steps into a 3. Just short. Alvord there for the offensive board. Doyle now has it, the team leader in three-point shooting last year. After spinning, she lost it. Now on one knee, needs help, finds it with Lowry near side. Lowry now stops dribbling, needs help, turns and gives it up. Whitfield trying to turn the corner against Fritz, cannot do so. Bounce pass into Doyle, fakes, turn, shot blocked by Fritz. Doyle tried to tap it to a teammate in the perimeter, but instead it'll be taken by South. 3-2 Salina South over McPherson, 2 minutes in. Right side with the ball is Jordan. Stepping up, high pass into Fritz, one-on-one with Alvord, turns, shoots, misses, but a foul called on Piper Alvord for some arm contact while her arms were up, and that will be 2 free throws coming up for Peyton Fritz. Fritz, the signee to play softball at UNLV, a star pitcher and star on offense too. First free throw rattles home, but also was the team leader last year in 14.5 points, 8.5 rebounds for this basketball team last year. Also over a block per game. She already has one today. Second free throw is good. Fritz goes 2 for 2. So make it 5-2 Salina South. 5:40 to go first frame. Lowry picks it up, and then miscommunication, and a bounce pass goes out of bounds to the near sideline, and a turnover back to Salina South. This is a Cougar team looking for their first win. They lost last night to Liberal 52-44 after struggling early, getting into foul trouble, but just one foul on them thus far. Bounce pass near side. Hamill did not get a clean look, so she had to give it up. Thought about shooting, but just kind of fumbled the ball a touch. South keeps it, though. Hamill near side for Jordan. Ball above her head, needs help, hand off top of the key. Pass inside, Fritz, turns, shoots, and hits off the glass. 4 early points for Peyton Fritz, 7-2 South. Lowry held up, but we'll have a reach-in foul called on Fritz. That will be her first. So McPherson will play it in on the baseline with a fresh shot clock. And McPherson will head to the bench. Ellie Paulson will check in for Piper Alver. 5:02 to go first quarter. McPherson trailing 7-2. Their 2 points are on free throws. Lowry has it, but gives it up. Alexander wide open three off the back rim and over the shot clock, out of bounds. It'll go back to South. McPherson only made 1 3 yesterday. So the perimeter shooting has not quite gone down the way they would have liked so far this year. 4:50 to go first quarter. McPherson down by 5 on defense. Barth right wing, open for a 3. Moss short that time, rebounded by Doyle. Moss hit one earlier. Deep pass near side, Lowry almost carried, crosses, steps back, needs help. Doyle, top of the key, fakes, drives on Fritz all the way, blocked from behind by Fritz. McPherson keeps Alexander wide open for a long 2, cash. First field goal of the game goes to Jersey Alexander. 7-4, Salina South leads the Bullpups. 4:20 to go first frame. South with the ball. Barth on the near side with a crossover on Lowry. Kick near side. Hamill drives baseline. Scoop layup off the mark. Fritz offensive rebound. Stick back is true. 6 of the team's 9 points for Salina South are by Peyton Fritz. 9-4, Salina South halfway through this first quarter. McPherson with the ball. Lowry. Cross-court feed, Whitfield left wing. Whitfield fakes, drives all the way. Held up, goes down, gives up the ball, and it's taken away by South. One-on-one on the other direction. A fake layup, good, and a foul called. Jordan with the lay-in. Foul will be on Amory Lowry for reaching in. And an and-one opportunity for Salina South. And we'll have a timeout called by McPherson. They want to talk things over as they trail 11-4. With 3:44 to go in the first quarter. While we have this pause in the action, let's thank our sponsors for helping us out all year long. Those include McPherson College. You bring the dream, we'll build the team. Success is a team effort. Begin building yours at McPherson College. It's a great day to be a Bulldog. We're also brought to you in part by Ag 360 Insurance with Darren Eddy and Cody Moores, RC Heating and Cooling, Great Plains Federal Credit Union, Edward Jones McPherson, Art Shirt Gear for Sport, McPherson Booster Club, Farmers Alliance, and Next Tech Wireless. 11-4, Salina South leads McPherson. 3:44 to go first quarter. But 6 early points from the 6'3" center Peyton Fritz, who will now head to the bench. As checking in for her following this timeout will be Isabel Maxton. Jensen Alexander also comes in for McPherson. Jordan at the line for 1 after she was fouled, so an and-one opportunity. Free throw up, off the heel, rebound tipped out of bounds, and to McPherson. So McPherson used their first of 5 timeouts so far in this one, and this is just the early going. 3:35 to go first quarter. Salina South leads 11-4. Alexander, that being Jersey Alexander, held up, finds Whitfield. With the 2 Alexanders in, I'll differentiate them by their first names. Jersey has it on the left wing. Steps back after a double team. Now one defender backs off. Tried to bounce it to her sister Jensen, who dives at the near side, but unable to track it down. Out of bounds it goes, and another Bullpup turnover. So McPherson will head back to the bench. Piper Albert and Kason Blake will check back in. Audra Sandbo in for the first time. 3:20 to go first quarter. 11-4 Salina South, and Salina South has the ball. Into the game also is Promise McNeil. She had the ball, but top of the circle, Barth fakes, steps up, kick near wing. Another three by Moss. Got it to go. Second three of the quarter for Moss. She has 6 points, and Salina South leads by 10. 14-4. A dangerous pass tipped by Albert and taken away by Salina South. Barth pushes, top of the key, another three, short, rebounded by McPherson. Kason Blake with the board. Here come the Bullpups. Paulson, deep pass. Sandbo trying to give it in to Jensen, but it's taken away. Salina South with another steal. Crow kicks it near side. Crow checked in recently as well. That being Lauren Crow. Far side Moss open for another three. Short again. She's 2 for 5. Rebound fought for. McPherson has it. Paulson then gets reached over and a foul called. Foul on Promise McNeil. Team's third, McNeil's first. And that's Promise spelled Promyce. Peyton Fritz comes back in for Salina South. But McPherson with the ball down 14-4. 2:15 to go first quarter. Bad pass and stolen away. Daly with the steal, coast to coast in the low post, needs help, finds it. Fritz, catch and shoot three, short. Rebounded by McPherson by Paulson. Daly comes in to try to fight for it, but a timeout called by McPherson first, so no tie-up. Timeout called by the Bullpups. We'll take one with them. We're back in 30 from Salina South High School. McPherson down 14-4 with 2:02 to go in the first quarter. This is Bullpup basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Hi, I'm Andrew Ealing. I'm excited to tell you about the Poo Squad of Hutchinson. Are you tired of the unpleasant task of picking up dog poop? I can help. We offer a one-time or weekly service for your convenience. Our pricing is affordable and varies based on the number of dogs. For one dog per week, it's only $12 or $52 a month. You can easily book online at hutch.thepoosquad.com or call or text at 620-322-0522. We take a lot of crap from our customers. Contact the Poo Squad of Hutchinson today.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Second time out of the game called by McPherson. That's why we were at the timeout. But McPherson girls trailing 14-4, 2:02 to go in the first quarter. But 2 timeouts already called by Coach Kinnaman. Got 3 left. 5 on the floor for McPherson are Jersey Alexander, Brooke Doyle, Riley Whitfield, Audra Sambo, and Kason Blake. Bullpups trailing by 10. Only one made shot. That was a long 2 on a jumper by Jersey Alexander. The other 2 points are free throws by Riley Whitfield. Audra Sambo, top of the key, finds Doyle near side. Now Jersey Alexander looking for a bounce pass and does give one to Blake. Now Whitfield left wing. The team's leading scorer from yesterday. She had 12 points. Doyle, top of the key, shot clock at 10, handoff. Sambo turns the corner. Alexander, far side baseline, held up on a double team. Bounce pass, Sambo, long 2, too strong. It did hit rim, and an offensive rebound by Whitfield all the way in the corner. Bounce pass inside, Doyle fakes, turns, needs help, finds Whitfield near side. Bounce pass is tipped and stolen. Intended for Blake, but intercepted by Daly. Here comes Salina South. 1:10 to go first quarter. 14-4, Salina South leads McPherson. Daly kicks right side for Crow. High pass. Fritz looking for a perimeter player, finds it with Daly, but they'll slow down the tempo once more, will Salina South. Shot clock down to 10 as we're at 51 left on the game clock in this first quarter. Fritz taken away by Doyle. They tried to get it into Fritz, but Doyle was there. Here's a deep pass, Audra Sandbo. Bounce pass, what a pass. Alexander lays it in. threading through the defense. That pass by Audra Sanbo, and it found Jersey Alexander for the lay-in. 14-6 Salina South. 2 clocks separated by about 3 seconds in this first quarter. Game clock at 25 in this opening frame. On the right wing, a bump at the ball, now turning the corner. Dangerous pass near side. McNeil has it though, right side for Maxton. 10 on the shot clock, it's taken away by McPherson. Whitfield up ahead to Jersey, bounce pass, Sambo steps up into the lane, lays it up, misses, but a foul called. And Audra Sambo, with 5.4 seconds to go in the first quarter, will head to the line for 2. Lauren Crow called for her first foul. With 2 free throws coming up for Audra Sambo. First one on its way, off the mark, wide left. But 5.4 seconds to go, first quarter. McPherson down by 8. Sambo at the line, second free throw on its way, swish. Sambo goes 1 for 2 at the stripe. Deep inbound, tipped and out of bounds, as it was tipped out of bounds by Sambo, or rather by Doyle, I should say. 3.9 to go as South will play it in across midcourt. They'll play it into the backcourt. 3 seconds, steps up, high pass, Fritz turns, shoots at the buzzer, but it's way short. And that's how the first quarter comes to an end. Salina South with the lead, but McPherson trying to find some life. It's 14-7 through 1 quarter of play. We're back in 30 seconds as we'll give you second quarter action after this. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Whether you need annual HVAC maintenance or a high-quality, energy-efficient Lennox system, the trusted team at Gearing Home Services is committed to quality HVAC service and is proud to be rated 4.9 stars on Google. The professional certified technicians at Gearing Home Services deliver affordable rates on Lennox systems backed by a full 10-year warranty and provide options for every budget. Choose Gearing Home Services in Mound Ridge for all your Lennox HVAC needs. GearingHomeservices.com since 1897. Come see what a century worth of knowledge and customer service can do.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
14-7, McPherson girls trailing through 1 quarter of play. But they were down 14-4. They were able to get 3 quick points to turn it around to end the first frame. After a free throw by Audra Sanbo, who also had a key assist to Jersey Alexander. But Salina South will have the ball to start off the second quarter. And they'll go from right to left as we view the floor. Far side with the ball is Jordan, who had 2 points in the first quarter. Leading scorer is Peyton Fritz and Briley Moss, both of them with 6. High pass, Fritz doubled up, but a foul called on McPherson. They say it's on the shot, and 2 free throws coming up for Peyton Fritz. Foul called on Audra Sanbo, her first.
Team foul number 1, quarter 2.
And Fritz at the line for 2. She's 2 for 2 at the line today. And she made the first one. Boy, we went quick, and I kind of missed it, actually. So she made the first one. Second one off the mark, though. Rebounded by Kaysen Blake for McPherson. Here's a deep pass. Jersey Alexander finds Doyle. Doyle drives on Fritz. Layup blocked, but a foul called on Fritz. That's her second foul. Bear that in mind. And Brooke Doyle going to the line for 2. And that could be key, as I'm sure something on the scouting report was maybe to see if you can get Fritz in foul trouble. But 2 free throws for Brooke Doyle. Her first trip today. First free throw is good. Doyle yesterday had 8 points. Her career high is 24, and on Wednesday she signed to play volleyball at Johnson County Community College. Second free throw for Doyle, off the back rim. Rebound fought for, but taken by South off the ricochet. 15-8, Salina South leads McPherson. 7.5 minutes to go in the first half. Moss with the ball, kick right side. Jordan on the right wing. Waist-high dribble with her right hand as she retreats near side, and a lot of contact. We'll have a foul called, I believe, on Riley Whitfield. Or will it be a potential illegal screen, a moving screen? 2 officials are coming together. Is this on Whitfield or is this on Salina South? Still two officials talking about it. I'd say at this point maybe just give a double foul, which would be one on each player. We'll see. Nope, just a foul on Whitfield's. Her first, team second of the second quarter. 7:20 to go in this second. 15-8. Salina South leads McPherson. Near side Moss with the ball. Thought about a long three. She steps up. Defender closes in. So she gives it up. Fritz inside. Wide open layup is good. 9 points for Peyton Fritz in this first half. 17-8 Salina South. Blake with the ball on the left wing. Looking for help. Finds it. Deep pass. Doyle near side. Left-handed dribble. Kicks to Jersey Alexander. A drive. Ball poked loose from behind and then off the foot of Jersey. Out of bounds. It'll go back to Salina South. Piper Albert will check in for McPherson. But now McPherson will have full court pressure defensively as they play it in. Fritz almost walked, but she's actually going to take it up. Doyle guards her. Now controlling the point will be Hamill. A drive right, Jordan, pie pass, Fritz, double teamed and taken away. Good defense by Blake. Albert got the steal and then it's taken right back. Barth into Fritz, layup, too strong. Barth gets the offensive board. Top of the key, a three on the way. Off the heel, long rebound, tipped, South keeps it. Fresh 35 for Salina South. Barth has it near side, kick near corner, Hamill. She fakes on a pass intended for what would have been intended for Moss. Now she has it near side, poked away. There's going to be a foul called on Brooke Doyle for reaching in. And already the third foul on McPherson with 6:11 to go in the second quarter. Salina South up 17-8 over McPherson. Amory Lowry checks back in. South with the ball. Moss, deep three, way short. Fritz tries to save it. She cannot. Out of bounds, back to McPherson. Moss is a sharpshooter, and she's already made a couple of threes today. That one well off the mark, though. 17-8 Salina South. McPherson with the ball. Whitfield on the left wing, steps up at the elbow, fakes near side. Blake fires away a long two, in and out. Offensive rebound, Alvord. And a rip-away attempt by Albert and a tie-up. The arrow will keep it with McPherson. Checking in for Salina South, back in Isabel Maxon, Lauren Crow. 5:48 to go in the second quarter. Lowry looking, scanning the floor. She wants to try to play it in. Still looking, now a deep inbound right at the last second to Doyle. Left side, Lowry. Lowry one-on-one, kicks to Doyle, top of the key. Near side, Albert turns to her right. Near side, almost a walk on Lowry. She then lost the handle, races for the ball, gets it back, needs help. Finds it with Whitfield. Whitfield drives, baseline shot off the side of the backboard. She tried to draw a foul, but it wasn't called. Rebounded by Salina South. Crow pushing. Salina South with the ball, up by 8. Moss drives, kick right side, Jordan. Try to tip it in. It's tipped by Lowry, but taken right back by Moss. Salina South keeps. Now a three on the way. Too strong by Jordan. Long rebound. McPherson has it. Whitfield with the board. Cross-court feed, Albert on the left wing. Jab steps a couple of times. Whitfield left wing. Fake, steps up, drives. Two defenders there. Tough shot up, no. A lot of contact, no whistle. Ball fought for and taken by South. 2-on-2 break. Jordan all the way. Missed the layup. Blake fights for the rebound, but another tie-up called as it was between Blake and Maxton. The arrow this time gives it back to McPherson.
Jensen Alexander. The Lady Cougars, Sophie Daly.
Sophie Daly back in for Salina South. And Jensen Alexander back in for McPherson. 4:45 to go first half. McPherson down 17-8. Only 1 point in the second quarter by McPherson, and that was on a free throw. Well, obviously. Jensen Alexander between the rings, still holding the ball, now starts to dribble. Near side, Alvord dribbling about, still plenty of time on the timer. Albert thought about kicking in, instead kicks near side. Shot clock at 10. Whitfield picks up the dribble, inside Lowry. Tough shot up, missed, but a foul called. And Amory Lowry draws the foul. We saw her do that quite a few times last night. She'll shoot 2. Isabel Maxon called for the foul, the team's 3rd. And Amory Lowry at the line for a dose. Looking for her first points of the game. First free throw, swish. And we've known even last year as a freshman, Lowry still trying to find the shooting touch at the very least, but she's really good at hustling to the ball and just drawing fouls to even give her opportunities to score at the charity stripe. Peyton Fritz check back in for Salina South. Second free throw, just missed wide. Doyle tries to save it, but Salina South will have it as they look to push 17-9. Salina South leads. McNeil fakes, top of the key, now into the near corner. On the drive, Crow gives it up, shot from behind, missed but a foul called, and a foul on Lowry. Her second, team's 4th. Next one puts Salina South in the bonus with 4 minutes to go in this first half. 2 free throws for Sophie Daly, looking for her first points of the game. Spin of the ball, Daly's first free throw rattles home. Audra Sandbo back in for McPherson, coming in for Lowry, who has those 2 fouls. Daly, a 5'7" senior at the stripe, free throw up and in. One of 8 seniors on the Salina South squad, 19-9 Salina South. On the drive, Jensen Alexander, tough shot in and out, rebounded by Fritz. And Salina South retains possession, tying for their largest lead of the game, up by 10. Far side, ball poked, but still kept by Salina South. Deep pass, deflected, but it finds the waiting arms of McNeil, who steps to her right and picks up the dribble. Kick near side, a lot of miscommunication and a dive for it, but Salina South somehow to retain it on the near side, and we'll have a timeout called by Salina South with 3:32 to go in this first half. We'll keep it here as it's just a 30-second timeout called by head coach Justin Ebert. Coverage of McPherson High School basketball brought to you in part by McPherson College, Idea Tech, Prairie Hills Financial with Glenn Snell, Pleasant View Home, McPherson Car Connection, The Boiler House, People's Bank and Trust, Erickson Custom Building, Midway Motors, Prairie Land Partners, American Family Insurance with Steve Barr, and JAR Performance Automotive. 19-9, McPherson trailing on the girls' side, 3:32 to go in the first half. See, we started a little bit later. If you missed it earlier, the game that happened before this one on the boys' side between Liberal and Hayesville campus went to overtime, which is why this game started about 30 minutes, I should say, behind schedule. Salina South with the ball in the front court, 15 on the shot clock when they play it in, which they do. Controlling the ball, Crow. High pass, trying to go into the low post. It's taken away. Jensen Alexander. 2-on-2 break. Far side. Sandbo fakes, driving baseline. Tough shot up and in off the glass. First bucket of the game for Audra Sandbo. Inside, Fritz with it for Salina South. Deep pass. Jordan for 3. Short. Rebound tipped, and an over-the-back foul will be called on Peyton Fritz, and that's her 3rd. And Fritz in foul trouble. She'll have to head to the bench. Team's 4th.
For the Lady Cougars, Isabel Maxton.
And McPherson now down by 8, but a key playmaker for Salina South and their leading scorer now on the bench with 3 fouls. Doyle, far elbow. Into the corner, Alvord fires a 3. Short, front rim, rebounded by Salina South. On the run, Jordan, bounce pass, poked out of bounds, off of Salina South. It'll go back to McPherson. 2:42 to go. First half, McPherson will get it back down by 8. 19-11. Kaysen Blake will now come back in for McPherson as well, the freshman. McPherson needs a big bucket to try to bring themselves back into this game. They trailed 14-7 at halftime. Blake top of the key, or not at halftime, at the end of one, but a bad pass near side. Miscommunication off the fingertips of Whitfield and out of bounds. And back to Salina South. Ellie Paulson back in. Also checking back in for Salina South will be Brooklyn Jordan. 2:29 to go, first half. Salina South 19, McPherson 11. But Salina South with the ball now. Left-handed dribble for Hamill, top of the key. Near side with the ball is Barth, waving people around, trying to call the play. Still hasn't dribbled, though. Just stood there with the ball above her head, but finally gave it up. Jordan with a handoff to Hamill. Thought about a three, tipped away. A race for the ball. Hamill got it back, though. Shot clock at 12. Jordan, top of the key, looking for a screen. Gets one left. Now steps back. Shot clock at 6. Down to 5. A screen, far side, 3. I don't know if they know it, but a bad pass taken away. Sandbo, an open breakaway. All the way, blocked from behind and out of bounds. What a block by Hamill. Just got back in time and got all ball out of bounds. It'll stay with McPherson. Kason Blake back in for the Bullpups. 1:50 left in the second quarter. McPherson keeps it down by 8. Alvord near side, Whitfield into the corner for Blake. Looking for help, finds it, Alexander, Jensen Alexander, back to Blake. Steps up, fires a long 2, short, maybe hit the side of the backboard, rebounded by Salina South. 95 seconds left in the first half. Salina South has been ice cold as of recent, but they still have an 8-point lead. Hamill with the ball on the right wing, spinning around, guarded by Audra Sandbo. Near side, Barth, high pass into the low post. A ball ripped away, but there is a reach-in foul called on Whitfield for arm contact. That is team foul number 5, and will put Salina South at the free throw line.
Team foul number 5. Line shooting 2, Isabel Maxton.
It will be Isabel Maxton to shoot 2, her first trip today. First free throw, rattles home. Brooke Doyle will check back in for McPherson. (20-11) Salina South, a chance to make it back to a 10-point Salina South lead. Second free throw, up. No, off the back rim, rebounded by McPherson. Kason Blake with the board, here come the Bullpups. Jensen Alexander picks up the ball. Doyle, top of the key, drives right. Double dribbled as she kind of held it against her body on accident and then dribbled again. So a double dribble is the call. And it will go right back to Salina South. As checking back in is Sophie Daly. 1 minute to go first half. 20-11 Salina South. Moss, far side with Jordan on the right wing with a right-handed waist-high dribble. High pass to Moss near side, who hit 2 early threes. Hasn't since. Near side, turnaround long 2, won't go for Barth. Rebounded by Blake once again for the Pups. 2 clock separated by 9 seconds. McPherson with the ball down by 9. Blake on the left wing. Held up, and a tie-up will be called, and the arrow gives it right back to Salina South.
Jump ball possession go to the Lady Cougars.
The 2 clocks will be separated by 0.2 seconds. Jersey Alexander back in for McPherson. Isabel Maxton back in for Salina South. So about 35 on the game clock as they do play it in. And it's a 9-point Salina South lead. A chance to cut it back to double figures before going into the locker room. But Jersey Alexander just rips it away. And Alexander needs help, gets bumped, no whistle, needs to give it up quickly and does. Doyle, deep pass, Sambo into the corner, Alvord steps up, back inside, Doyle, Euro, lefty layup, won't count, she traveled. .3 to go, Salina South plays it in, up by 9. Far side with 5 seconds, Jordan. Long 2, Rainbow off the back rim, rebound, fought for. McPherson has it, but that's the end of the first half. And Salina South leads 20-11, only 10 points scored in total in that second quarter, as Salina South outscored McPherson 6-4. The Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report is coming up next. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
You're listening to the Great Plains Federal Credit Union Halftime Report. Great Plains Federal Credit Union, placing people before profit. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. The McPherson Bullpups play here.
Locally owned and rooted in agriculture, Terra Financial Crop Insurance knows farming. With hands-on experience, they're invested in protecting your fields and future. Call Ryan Buznitz in Mound Ridge and McPherson today. Terra Financial, growing security, one field at a time.
At Hutch CC, I learned way more than what was in the books. Small classes, real support, and friends who feel like family. It gave me the confidence to chase what's next. Your future begins at hutchcc.edu.
Calling all future Tigers. Central Christian College of Kansas is recruiting athletes in every sport who want more than just a roster spot. At Central, you'll find competitive athletics, tight-knit teams, supportive professors, and a campus community that feels like home. Ready to play with passion and purpose? Ready to be a part of something bigger? Learn more and connect with coaches now at ccctigers.com. Central Christian College. Be a Tiger.
This is Lane Gillespie with your Ad Astra Radio Halftime Report. Don't forget tonight, tune in to 98.9, 1540 KMCP or on the Ad Astra Radio mobile app to hear the first edition of this year's high school basketball scoreboard show. That will begin tonight at 10:30. Big news from McPherson College volleyball. They defeated Cumberland's 3-2 earlier today in pool play of the NAIA National Tournament up in Sioux City, Iowa. McPherson finished 2-0 in pool play. That means they're moving on to the national quarterfinals. They are one of 8 teams remaining in the country. They will take on number 1 Eastern Oregon on Saturday at 11 a.m. Well, as you head into the weekend, there is quite a bit to keep an eye on, especially on the hardwood. We will have one high school broadcast tomorrow. That's McPherson High School as they finish off the Salina South tournament against Liberal High School at Salina South. You can hear coverage on 98.9, 1540 KMCP on Saturday. Coverage will begin at 12:40 in the afternoon. The girls will tip off at 1, then the boys at 2:30. Then later on in the day, McPherson College will be in action against St. Mary on KMCP. Pre-game coverage there will begin at 4:45. The women's teams will tip off at 5 and the men at 7. Bethany College will also have action tomorrow at home as they host Ottawa. Pre-game coverage on Smoky Hills Rock 95.5 will begin at 2:45. The women will tip off at 3 and the men at 5. K-State men's basketball is back in action on Saturday. After suffering a bitter loss against Bowling Green, they're going to try to turn it around once again at Bramlage Coliseum with a 3 o'clock tip-off against the Seton Hall Pirates. On the year, K-State is 5-3, but they do have a 3-game losing streak dating back to their loss to Nebraska at the T-Mobile Center back on November 21st. KU men's basketball will also be in action, but they will not play until Sunday, and they will be in the Border Showdown, but they'll play it at the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City. The Kansas Jayhawks are going up against the Missouri Tigers. KU is currently 6-3 overall. They are the number 21 team in the country, but coming off of a tough loss at home against number 5 UConn last Tuesday, 61-56. KU was without Darren Peterson in that game for the 7th straight game. Head coach Bill Self said earlier today, though, that there is a good chance that he should be available barring a major setback before the game. Tip-off for the game on Sunday is at noon in Kansas City. That's your halftime report. More basketball coverage is coming up right after this.
More of the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report is coming up after this. Next, we'll recap tonight's first half stats. Your home for the McPherson Bullpups is 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Hey folks, this is Darren Eddy with Ag 360 Insurance in Inman. Farmers, would you like to have your farm and personal insurance handled all by the one agency? At Ag 360 Insurance, we can handle it all with one agent. We would love an opportunity to sit down and visit with you about your insurance needs. Feel free to stop by our office on Old K61 in Inman or give Cody Moores or myself a call today at 620-585-2128 or check us out online at ag360insurance.com.
Whether you want a small home remodel or need repairs done or have a brand new build project in mind, Erickson Custom Building is your choice. All of us at Erickson Custom Building would like to thank our customers for 20 years of business and friendship. Brian and the crew at Erickson have spent those years developing excellent customer service and quality leadership for all types of projects, big or small, traditional or trendy. When your project is finished, it will reflect your vision for quality and follow-through that exceeds your expectations, not your budget. Call Erickson Custom Building or find us on the web at ericksoncustombldg.com.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report. McPherson trailing on the girls' side 20-11 to Salina South at the halftime break right now. Leading scorer right now for McPherson is Jersey Alexander with 4 points on the game so far. 3 points by Audra Sambo, 2 points by Riley Whitfield, and 1 point by Amory Lowry, and 1 point by Brooke Doyle. So that's the scoring for McPherson in this one so far. And meanwhile, on the other end for Salina South, their leading scorer is Peyton Fritz. However, she's in foul trouble. She has 3 fouls. But she has 9 points on the game so far. Briley Moss with 6 points, all of which came in the first quarter. Then 2 points apiece from Brooklyn Jordan and Sophie Daly, and then 1 point by Isabel Maxton. So that's the scoring breakdown for both teams so far in this first half. Let's go ahead and take you around the McPherson Dental Care scoreboard. Heston only trailing by 1 on the girls' side at the end of the third quarter against Southeast of Saline, 28-27. At the end of 3, the Hillsborough girls up over Sterling, 33-17. Gossel up over Marion, 31-25 at the end of 3 on the girls' side. Lions trailing Ellsworth, 28-10. And let's see what else we have. I'm sure we have a couple of them, but there's some lopsided ones so far. Halstead leads Rose Hill 20-0 at the end of 1. That's a crazy score in the first half. And those scoreboard updates are brought to you by McPherson Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch. McPherson girls trailing 20-11. Second half action coming up is right after this at Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Your home for McPherson Bullpup basketball. Find exclusive stories and streaming audio online at adastraradio.com or download the Ad Astra Radio app. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Controlling your own weather can be easier than controlling anything else these days. This is Julie with RC Heating and Cooling. With a well-working cooling and heating system, you can be in control of your indoor weather at home. With so many things out of our hands, it's a good feeling to have a bit of stability. Call RC for a free estimate on new cooling and heating equipment. Call RC when your unit isn't up to par. Call RC to stay comfortable in any weather. Call RC 241-2787.
Time is running out. Prairieland Partners power inspections expire at the end of the year. Inspect your whole fleet to get 50% off any inspection after your first 2 large ag inspections. Plus, receive a special gift when you complete your 4th inspection. Don't wait till our shops fill up. Let our John Deere technicians make sure your equipment is ready in the spring. Offers end 12/31/2025. Restrictions apply. Call, stop by, or visit prairielandpartners.com to schedule today.
Prairieland Partners.
Playing Santa isn't always easy. Holiday stress levels are high, and the list of people to buy for keeps growing. Great Plains Federal Credit Union can take the stress out of your holiday shopping with Visa gift cards. They are the safe and easy way to ensure your loved ones get the perfect gift they've always wanted. Stop by today to get your holiday Visa gift card at Great Plains Federal Credit Union, with locations in McPherson, Salina, Hillsborough, and Abilene. Member NCUA.
Life's better when you're under our roof because our agents can help you choose insurance to help protect what matters most. Life insurance from American Family Life Insurance Company can help financially protect your loved ones by replacing a portion of your income if you were to pass away. That means your family can have the help they need to continue to pursue their dreams.
Visit your local American Family Insurance agent, Steve Barr, at 807 North Main, McPherson.
Products not available in all states. American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
American Family Insurance.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson girls trailing by 9 points at halftime. Second half just about to begin, but by no means necessary are they out of this one. Just the issue in the first half was just shots not quite falling and just some turnovers that head coach Clint Kinnaman wasn't quite fond of, but defensively, especially against the Salina South team, not too shabby, but they've still made some really big buckets especially with the center, Peyton Fritz, but she does have 3 fouls. She is on the floor to start the third quarter. Bear that in mind. McPherson will have the ball going from right to left to start the second half, and we are underway. Deep inbound, Brooke Doyle drives, spins, tough scoop layup, misses short, rebounded by Fritz. Rebounded by Salina South. Hamill the other direction, who was scoreless in that first half. Gives it up, top of the key, Barth. Cuts left, drives, stops on a dime, needs help, finds it top of the key. Hamill fakes, kick near side. Jordan, bounce pass intended for Fritz, but out of bounds it goes. Fritz trying to say it was tipped, but the officials say no. It's out of bounds to McPherson. So the starting 5 on the floor for both teams. Whitfield with the ball between the circles, near side, Doyle. Kick far side, it's Alvert into the corner. Blake tries a long 2, no, just off the mark, rebounded by Fritz. Right after the long rebound as it ricocheted off the rim. Here comes Salina South. 7:03 to go, or 7:05 to go, third quarter. 20-11, Salina South with the lead and the ball. Barth steps into a 3, short, long rebound, McPherson has it. Piper Alvord with the rebound. She pushes the other direction, kicks inside. Whitfield lost it on the deck and taken by Salina South. Deep pass near side, 3, Jordan got it. Brooklyn Jordan's first 3 of the game, and she has 5 points. And puts Salina South up by 12, 23-11, 6.5 minutes left, third quarter. Blake right wing, wanted to drive on Fritz, but gives it up. Alvord handoff to Blake on the right side. They slow it down, top of the key now with Whitfield. Whitfield, who was the leading scorer yesterday, held to just 2. Doyle fakes, cross-court feed, and it's too high over Blake's head, and to the backcourt, picked up by McPherson, a backcourt violation, and another turnover. And Audra Sandbo will now check in for McPherson. Salina South will have it in the forecourt. Up by 12, their largest lead today. Right side with the ball, above her head, Jordan, who hit the 3 just moments ago. Barth, who's scoreless, they swing it around left side. Moss, back to Jordan, she tries another 3. Off the back rim this time, rebounded by McPherson. Audra Sandbo with the board. Alexander, deep pass, Alvord inside, tough layup, no, a lot of contact, no whistle as Alvord went down hard, but taken back by McPherson. Whitfield missed the shot. Offensive rebound, Alexander blocked, but a foul called on Peyton Fritz, and that is her 4th. Coach Ebert not a fan of the call, but that's the 4th foul on Peyton Fritz. And 2 free throws coming for Jersey Alexander, who has 4 points in the first half. First free throw, good. Isabel Maxton back in. Fritz will head to the bench. A chance to cut it back to within 10. Alexander's free throw. Off the mark, rebounded by Salina South. Alexander goes 1 for 2. Hamill got away with a walk. Here comes Salina South. Ball tipped, Hamill got it back, and a reach-in foul called on McPherson. On Audra Sandbo. Just her second, team's first. In this third quarter. 5.5 minutes to go, third quarter. 23-12, Salina South over McPherson in the girls basketball matchup. Top of the circle, Barth, swing left side, now far corner, Moss with the ball. Inside low post, Maxton fakes on Blake, steps up, blocked by Blake. A fight for the ball, Alvord has it, and a tie-up will be called. The arrow will keep it with Salina South. A little bit of a push by Alvord, but appreciate the officials not calling a tech. They're going to reset the shot clock to 21. The public address announcer got it wrong. Coach Kinnaman thought that they said a foul on Whitfield, but no, they're just saying shot clock to 21. Near side, Hamill steps up, long 2 at the elbow, no, rebounded by Blake, and she gets hit from behind, and a foul called on Maxton, her second, team second. Brooke Doyle comes back in for McPherson. (23-12), Salina South. McPherson with the ball. Now the Salina South student section standing up, chanting defense. Pass inside, Doyle gets it to go off the window. First field goal for Brooke Doyle today, and it's back down to 9. Hamill, kick near side, Jordan for Salina South with a crossover on Whitfield. Driving left and turning around, top of the key, hands off to Hamill. Hamill with a left-handed dribble, guarded by Audra Sandbo. Kick near side, Barth. Defender falls down. Now kick to the far side. Jordan drives baseline, spins, shoots, too strong. Rebounded by McPherson. Here comes Jersey Alexander looking to push. She steps back, though, as the defender closed in. Here's Whitfield on the drive. Layup just short, but a foul called, and Riley Whitfield's going to the stripe. McPherson showing a lot more toughness in the last couple of moments. Foul called on Hamill, her first, team's third. Whitfield, her second trip to the line today. She was 2 for 2 in the first quarter. First free throw, good. Lauren Crow will check in for Salina South for Hamill. But again, the big story is the 6'3" center, Peyton Fritz, who has a team-high 9 points on the bench with 4 fouls. Second free throw, short, long rebound, Salina South has it. 23-15, Salina South, 4:10 to go in the third. Crow looks to push, poked away. Crow got it back. Cross-court feed, far side, high into the paint, it's tipped. McPherson has it, but a late whistle and a foul called on McPherson. A late call, but the right call on Jersey Alexander. Just her first, team second. Nope, that's team second. They said third, but the one the public address announcer had down as a foul on Whitfield was actually not a foul called at all. Just read the signal wrong from what the official was saying. Kick it to the corner. Moss's three is blocked, rebounded by McPherson. And then a reach-in foul called on Salina South. On Crow, team's fourth. Next one puts McPherson in the bonus. 3:59 to go third quarter. McPherson with the ball. They are still down 8. Amory Lowry on the floor. She takes the ball up the floor. Alexander far side, waving the ball around. Needs it, some help. Finds it with Sambo. Lowry, left wing. Top of the key for Alvord. Still plenty of time for McPherson. They slow it around, just working around the perimeter. Alexander, top of the key, Doyle. Doyle spins, turns, shoots, just missed, but a foul on the floor. It doesn't matter. It's 2 free throws either way because McPherson is in the bonus. Moss called for her first, but that is the 5th team foul. So McPherson's in the bonus. One official didn't realize that was the 5th team foul. And the official on the near side is now saying that, yep, there is 2 shots. So Brooke Doyle shooting 2 at the free throw line.
Shooting 2, Brooke Doyle.
And there are 2 Cougars that will check in, or actually just 1. That'll check in on the near side. But first 2 free throws by Doyle. First free throw, got it. 4 points for Brooke. Daly checks back in for Salina South. 3:34 to go third quarter. A chance to cut it to within 6 to make it a 2-possession game. On the way. In and out. Rebound fought for. Out of bounds off Salina South, though. And McPherson will get it back. With a fresh shot clock as well. And we'll have a timeout call by Salina South. They want to talk things over with 3:32 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout with them. We are back in 30 seconds from Salina South High School, 23-16. McPherson trails in the third. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Life is a series of moments, big moments, small moments. At Edward Jones, we want you to make the most of all of them. Whether you're planning for the trip of a lifetime, retirement, or just need some everyday advice along the way. That's why an Edward Jones financial advisor works with you to build personalized strategies for today and tomorrow. Life is for living. Let's partner through all of it. I'm Edward Jones financial advisor Aaron Mayfield. Call me at 620-241-4484. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson still down, but now just down by 7, and they will have the ball with 3:32 to go in the third quarter. Starting to find some life. Shots still not quite falling, but McPherson still in this one, in this low-scoring affair here in Salina. McPherson will play it in on the baseline, just under the basket they score on. Amory Lowry to do so. She throws it into Doyle. Catch and shoot three, just short. Alvord tried to get the rebound, but could not, and it's taken by Salina South. Barth with the rebound. Not a bad look by Doyle, just could not knock it down, and three-pointers have not quite fallen for McPherson yet this year. They only had one yesterday. A lost ball out of bounds off Salina South, off the foot of Barth, and back to McPherson. Promise McNeil will check back in for Salina South. .3:14 to go third quarter. McPherson still down by 7. 23-16 is the score. Lowry across the green painted midcourt stripe. Kick into Doyle. Doyle turns, fakes, gets past the defender and lays it in. Tough bucket by Brooke Doyle. 5 points in this third quarter alone, and McPherson now within 5. 23-18 Salina South. McNeil on the left wing. Top of the key for Jordan. Cross-court feed, far corner. Daly back out front. Salina South slows it down. Now Crow will control. Shot clock down to 12 for Salina South. Jordan holding the ball, now steps left. 6 seconds, now down to 5. 4 on the drive. Crow held up, turns, has to give it up. A shot up, a desperation shot off the mark. Rebounded by McPherson. They can cut it to within a possession. Doyle lost it, dives for it, got it back. McPherson now will push. Alexander, far side, Alvord. Bounce pass, Lowry. Lowry, tough shot, short. Offensive rebound, Doyle. She's double team, needs help, finds it. Sandbo, Alexander. Alvord right wing, open for a three. Off the heel, rebounded by Salina South. Good look, just did not fall. Deep pass near side, Jordan with a crossover. Steps left on Sambo, now she'll try a three. She got it. Brooklyn Jordan, her second three of the corner. 8 points for her on the game, and that brings it back to an 8-point Salina South lead. 100 seconds to go in the third quarter, 26-18. Alvord thought about another three, but gives it up. Right side, Lowry backing down, lost the handle, found it again. Tough shot, too strong. Ball out of bounds off of Salina South. It will stay with McPherson with 35 on the shot clock, or 15 on the shot clock, my apologies. Case and Blake, Riley Whitfield back in for McPherson. Actually, the official's trying to say to reset the clock, but I didn't think that shot that went up hit the rim, so it thought it would stay at 15, but nope, they reset it to 35. They play it in. Blake takes a dribble, forces up a tough one short. Got it back, steps up and missed the shot again. Rebounded by South. Deep pass, dangerous pass. Now Salina South keeps though. Jordan, another three, got it. Brooklyn Jordan starting to score like another Jordan we've heard of. It's an 11-point Salina South lead with 1 minute to go in the third. Whitfield, top of the key, Blake, handoff, Alexander. She'll try a three. Too strong. Sandbo's there. Now to Whitfield. Now she'll try a three. In and out. Come on. Get in. There's a lid on the rim. Rebound Salina South. And a Salina South player was down away from the play. That being Briley Moss, but Moss wasn't quite happy that they stopped play because she thought that she was okay and it didn't warrant stopping the play for a potential injury, but nope, they do stop it. Now Salina South with it once more. Two clocks separated by about 8 seconds in the third quarter. Pass inside. Maxton turns the corner. Shot blocked, but a foul called on Kaysen Blake. And 2 free throws coming for Isabel Maxton, who is 1 for 2 at the stripe today. Third team foul on McPherson. Blake's first in this third quarter. Maxton to shoot 2. Man, McPherson brought it close, but then now starting to lose it a little bit. First free throw good. Another free throw opportunity. 27.9 to go third quarter. Free throw good. 31-18 Salina South. McPherson with 25 seconds left in the third quarter. Alexander stops on a dime, looks for help. Dangerous pass, top of the key, but Whitfield corrals it in. Whitfield now gets past the defender, steps up, bounce pass into the corner. Sandbo for 3. Off the mark again. Offensive rebound almost. Moss had it then on the deck, and a late whistle, but the right whistle out of bounds off of McPherson. 5 seconds left for Salina South in this third quarter. They play it into the backcourt. They roll it up the floor. Crow, deep pass, intercepted by Sambo with 2 seconds. Alexander chucks it up, but it's well short. That's the end of the third quarter. But Salina South, after getting punched in the mouth in that quarter, able to turn it around and now lead by 13 after 3. Fourth quarter coming up after this. We're back in 30 from Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Most people know you have to change the engine oil regularly, but did you know that there are at least 4 other fluids that need serviced at regular intervals? These include transmission, power steering, brake, transfer cases, and more. Even hybrids require regular maintenance to maximize fuel economy and reduce costly repair bills. Come see the professional service team at Jarrett Automotive to make sure your car is in tip-top condition.
When it's time to give your car some kale, come to Jar. We'll see you there.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Coverage of McPherson High School basketball presented by McPherson College. You bring the dream, we'll build the team. Success is a team effort. Begin building yours at McPherson College. It's a great day to be a Bulldog. We're also brought to you by Next Tech Wireless. Stream every game live on your phone or mobile device with the Ad Astra Radio app powered by Next Tech Wireless. Find the latest phones and devices at the best prices. We'd also like to thank our partners, Pyle Law. Have you been injured at work or in a car wreck? Pyle Law takes the time to explain your options and give you the benefits that you deserve. McPherson will start off the fourth quarter with the ball, but they trail 31-18 against 5A Salina South here on the road, just about 30 minutes north of McPherson. Pups with the ball. Sandbo tried to give it into Alvord, but tipped out of bounds, and it will stay with McPherson. 27 on the timer. McPherson brought it to within 6 in that third quarter, but Salina South went on a run to close off that third quarter. Whitfield, bounce pass into Doyle. Now Alvord at the elbow, held up, and one official has tie up, but 2 have foul. So the foul will likely take precedence. Foul on Jordan, her second, team's first, but Jordan caught fire in that third quarter, hitting 3 3-pointers. She has 11 points for Salina South. They play it into Alexander. McPherson with the ball. Alexander near side, top of the key for Sandbo. Back to Whitfield. She fakes, drives, doubled up, and retreats. Alexander, far side, and an errant pass out of bounds, and back to Salina Central. Salina South. It should go. And all the Salina South fans probably just got mad at me for saying that. I apologize. McPherson showing full court pressure defensively with 7:20 to go, down by 13. But Salina South breaks it. Jordan near side, stops on a dime, turns, needs help, finds it. Barth steps back and gives it back up to Hamill. The big story in this for McPherson, that part of the reason they were able to bring it down was because Peyton Fritz, the star center, was in foul trouble. She has 4 fouls still on the bench, but Salina South able to get back with their shooting. 8 on the shot clock. Jordan, another 3. Got it. Her 4th 3 of the half. And she has caught fire in the second half. Timeout, McPherson. 34-28 or 34-18. Salina South with 6:50 to go in the contest. We'll take a timeout with them. We're back in 30 from Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Show your bullpup pride with apparel from Artshirt, gear for sport at 211 North Main, downtown McPherson. We offer a wide variety of apparel for everyone in the family, offering sizes from newborn all the way to 4X. We wish all the student athletes a safe and successful season. Go Bullpups!
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
6:50 to go. McPherson now trailing by the most that they have today, 34-18 over Salina South, and Salina South on a heater to start off this fourth quarter after a 3 was hit by Brooklyn Jordan, which was the 4th 3 that she has had in this second half. 14 points for Jordan, the 5'2" senior. McPherson with the ball, playing it into the backcourt. McPherson with 2 timeouts left, Salina South with 3. Chain of defense from the Salina South student section on the far end. Bounce pass intended for Doyle, double team. She got it back, then ripped away and stolen by Salina South. McNeil pushes near side, held up well by Whitfield, but they give it up. And slow it down. Hamill cross-court feed. Jordan's open again. Fires short that time. Tried to save it, but her foot was out of bounds, so it'll go back to McPherson. The student section for Salina South was about to blow the roof off this place if that went down, because that would have been her 5th 3 of the half. McPherson with it once more. 6:10 to go, down by 16. Bounce pass. Jersey Alexander, wide open 3, short. Rebound fought for. Whitfield gets the offensive board off the ricochet. Doyle, cross-court feed intended for Alvord, but that was way off and out of bounds. Back to McPherson, or back to Salina South. And Isabel Maxton will check back in. Kaysen Blake back in for McPherson. McPherson outscored in each quarter, 14-7, 6-4, and 11-7. And currently down by 16. Deep pass past the pressure. Jordan now controls it, who lost the ball off her leg. It went out of bounds, and back to McPherson. Another game where there's a lot of turnovers on both ends, but this time shots falling for Salina South, not quite for McPherson. McPherson won 50-32 yesterday, but the Bullpups with 18 points with 5:40 to go in the game. Blake almost lost it far side. Doyle tries a 3, too strong, rebounded by Salina South. Alvord tries to get it back, a tie-up, the arrow back to Salina South. Peyton Fritz will come back in with the 4 fouls with 5:31 to go. Also checking back in is Lauren Crow for Salina South. 34-18 Salina South, 5:31 to go. McPherson still showing pressure defensively. Fritz deep pass far side. Jordan almost lost it, but now weaves through traffic. High pass to Crow on the near end. Gives it up. Jordan open for another 3. Got it to go. 5th 3 of the half for Brooklyn Jordan. 17 points on the game. Doyle to Whitfield on the near side. Fakes. Now Doyle cuts to the basket, discards Fritz and lays it in. Fritz actually moved out of the way because she did not want to foul out. 37-20, Salina South over McPherson, just under 5 minutes to play. Deep pass, Fritz collects, takes a dribble, shoots, misses, rebounded by McPherson. Kaysen Blake, the freshman, gets the board. Whitfield drives all the way, floater just short, rebounded by South. Across midcourt goes Crow. Far side, another three, short. That was by Jordan. Didn't quite use the legs on the shot that time. McPherson now looking to push after the board. Albert gets bumped on the run. Foul called on Salina South. Barth called for her first, team second. Amory Lowry checks back in for McPherson. Promise McNeil and Sophie Daly back in for Salina South as well. 4:22 remaining. 37-20 Salina South. Lowry to play it in, deep inbound. Doyle between the rings. And Whitfield gives it in. Blake extra pass into the corner. Lowry for three, short. Rebound tipped and taken by Salina South. Just shots not falling, and there have been quite a few good looks. Salina South with the ball, up by 17, 4 minutes to go in the game. Crow on the left wing into the far corner. McNeil turns the other direction, top of the key, Moss. Down near side, Daly from the near wing to the far. Shot clock at 12, pass tipped. It finds Crow, who fires a three. In and out, rebounded by Alexander, who then lost it but saves it to Doyle. McPherson looking to push. Whitfield. 2-on-2 break. Whitfield took 3 steps, but they don't call the travel. Instead, they call a foul on Salina South. I thought I saw 3 steps on that drive. I could be wrong because nobody else really reacted, but Whitfield gets fouled on the run. She'll go to the line for 2. Foul called on Crow, her third. First free throw by Whitfield, too strong. 3 for 5 at the free throw line is Whitfield. And she only has 3 points. 3:37 to go. Second free throw, Whitfield in and out, rebounded by Salina South. Fritz got the board. Far side with the ball and a reach-in foul called on Amory Lowry. Piper Albert and Audra Sandbo back in. 3:31 to go. McPherson down 37-20. Just the first team foul on McPherson in this fourth quarter. High pass far side, a three by Moss. Too strong, offensive rebound. Fritz misses the layup, but a foul called. Peyton Fritz back to the line where she is 3 for 4 today. Brooke Doyle called for the harm, her second.
Brooke Doyle, her second personal foul. Team foul number 2. Line shooting 2, Peyton Fritz.
Fritz shoots and hits the first free throw. Ella Barth, Brooklyn Jordan back in for Salina South. An 18-point Cougar lead with 3:25 left. Second free throw is a pure swish. 11 points for Fritz. She'll now check out with 3:25 left. Don't forget, the boys matchup will take place approximately 20 minutes after the conclusion of this one. It's going to be a late night here in Salina. Doyle has the ball on the right wing, cross-court feed. Whitfield collects on the near side. Now the ball tipped, and we'll have a foul. Is it on Albert or is it on Hamill? It's on Albert of McPherson. Her second, team's third, 3:11 to go. Salina South will get the ball back up by 19, 39-20. Deep inbound across midcourt. Barth, far side to Hamill. Swing it near side, Jordan. Salina South player falls down in the low post. But no whistle. Salina South still keeps, just controlling the perimeter. Barth on the left wing, guarded by Whitfield. Kick up top, dangerous pass, but collected. On the run, a foul will be called as Jordan hit the deck, but she got tripped, say the officials. Foul called on Audra Sandbo, her third, team's fourth. And McPherson will now bring in a full platoon swap. Everly Buckman and Lily Pankratz come in for the first time. Ball tipped. Carly Cooper also checked in for the first time. She gets the ball off the steal. And now she loses it on the sideline out of bounds. McPherson's ball with 2:39 to go. 39-20 Salina South. Jensen Alexander and Ellie Paulson are the other two on the floor for McPherson. Cooper Bounce pass, and Buckman lost the handle out of bounds. And back to Salina South it will go with 2:36 to go. So barring a miracle comeback, McPherson will fall to 1-1 on the year, while Salina South will get their first win of the year, going 1-1. Jordan tries another three, in and out, but an offensive rebound. Maxton's follow-up misses, but a foul. Paulson commits the harm. 2 free throws coming. That is the 5th team foul, so now Salina South in the bonus from here on out, but Paulson just gets her first. First free throw on its way, in and out by Maxton. Sophie Daly checks in, and Lennon Haas comes in for the first time. Second free throw, Maxton on its way, good. She goes 1 for 2 at the stripe. 40-20, Salina South over McPherson, 2:20 to go. Alexander into the corner for Pankratz on the right side. Drives in, but 3 defenders are draped all over her. She needs help. Just tries to throw it up, but it's tipped and taken away by Salina South. Then ball out of bounds. Off of Salina South, they say, so McPherson gets the ball back with 2:07 to go. They play it in. Alexander on the right corner, drives, tough shot. May have been blocked, may have been a pass actually, as McPherson collects in the low post. Then Carly Cooper now between the rings. Cooper bounce pass to Pankratz. Rifles a pass inside. Layup good, and one by Carly Cooper. Off the rifle, off the right hand of Paulson on the pass, and it looked like Cooper was about to take a gut check, but wore it like a champ and laid it in, plus the foul. A chance at an and one, but the free throw misses. Rebound fought for out of bounds off of McPherson. 40-22, Salina South over McPherson. 1:45 remaining in the game. On the far side, holding the ball was Haas. A bounce pass kicked near side. Hamill into the corner, ball lost and out of bounds. Back to McPherson. But 97 seconds remaining, and McPherson down by 18, 40-22. Jensen Alexander controls the ball, stops just on the Salina South logo. Alexander, bounce pass intended for Paulson, gets taken away. Stolen by Haas, one-on-one, she drives, down stops on the far sideline. Hamill, near side, McNeil for 3, short, but a foul away from the ball called on McPherson on Ellie Paulson. And with 1:15 to go, 2 free throws coming. Maxton back at the stripe where she was 1 for 2 last time. First free throw, good. And a near full platoon swap as Quinn Harris, Taylon Scott, Emily Gerard, and Delaney Harris check in for Salina South. Second free throw. Off the back rim, miss, rebounded by Carly Cooper. 41-22, Salina South, 1:10 remaining. Alexander on the near side. Stops, trying to kick it to Paulson. Tipped out of bounds. It will stay with McPherson. 1:03 to go. Salina South 41. McPherson 22. Well, now Taylon Scott comes in for Isabel Maxton. One minute left. Paulson with the ball. Lost it. Taken away. On the drive, all the way, that's Braylon Cheeks, who misses, but a foul called, and Cheeks is going to the line for 2. Alexander called for the fouler first, but 2 free throws coming up. So correction, that was not Emily Gerard that checked in, that was Emily Cheeks, but she misses the first free throw. She has one more, the 5'3" sophomore for Salina South. Second free throw, good. He gets a rising ovation from the Salina South crowd. 50 seconds remaining. Salina South up by 20, 42-22. Pankratz on the right corner, drives baseline, puts up a tough shot that crawls off. Rebound tipped. Taken again by McPherson, and Pankratz got the rebound. She got hit from behind and a foul called, and she's going to the line. Foul called on Taylon Scott, her first. Team's fifth. Pankratz hits the first free throw. She has one more, though. 41.8 seconds remaining. Both boys' teams awaiting for this game to end. Second free throw wide right, rebounded by Salina South. Cheeks pushes, kicks far side for Haas, and then it goes out of bounds and to McPherson, 33.6 to go. Buckman will take the ball up the floor. Alexander into the corner. Paulson drives, stops, shoots, too strong. Rebounded by Salina South. And Salina South likely will just hold the ball as they take it up to the front court, actually. Deep pass on the baseline, doubled up, and the kick out to the corner is tipped out of bounds, and it will stay with Salina South. 12.3 to go, 42-23, Salina South. They play it into the corner for Quinn Harris. Harris kicks near side, Haas. Near corner, Delaney Harris picks up the ball. Haas near side with 4 seconds, and she double dribbled with 3.2 to go. McPherson has the ball for one final time today. They play it into Buckman with 2, with 1. High pass, Paulson chucks it towards the rim. It will not go. That's the game. McPherson falls for the first time this year. Final score, Salina South 42, McPherson 23. The Bullpup Locker Room Show coming up right after this. You're listening to coverage of McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Coverage of Bullpup basketball continues next with the Bullpup Locker Room Show. Stay tuned as we name tonight's play and player of the game. The McPherson Bullpups play on 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Living the sweet life at So Swedish in Lindsborg. Explore Swedish candies you won't find anywhere else. Plus all the classic favorites you love. Bring the kids or just the kid in you. Living the sweet life at So Swedish, downtown Lindsborg.
At McPherson Center for Health, we're dedicated to caring for you close to home. From routine checkups to advanced medical care, we're here when you need us. McPherson Center for Health, caring for you close to home.
If you're changing jobs or considering early retirement, you may be wondering what to do with your 401k. Before taking any action, make sure you know the rules, as mistakes can be costly. At Iron Horse Financial, we can show you how to avoid IRS penalties and full taxation, plus a little-known strategy to access funds early. For more info, go to 401krollovermistakes.com and download your free guide. You can also reach us at 620-765-6456.
Hey Bullpup fans, want to make a real difference in McPherson? Join the Bullpup Booster Club today. The Bullpup Booster Club proudly supports all student programs and activities, helping our teams, clubs, and organizations succeed. Your membership helps fund uniforms, equipment, and so much more for our students. By supporting the Booster Club, you're backing all of the Bullpups. Visit bullpupbooster.com to join today. Together we're stronger. Go Bullpups!
Nestled in the beautiful community of Lindsborg, you'll find assisted living at its finest at Sunflower Terrace by Bethany Village. Whether you seek full independence, freedom from cooking, or just a little day-to-day assistance, Sunflower Terrace is a place you can feel at home.
Definitely come to Sunflower Terrace. Get a tour, come and look. And it was very easy, and so it was perfect.
Get your free guide today at sunflowerterrace.com.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson High School girls fall by a final score of 42-23 to fall for the first time this year to 1-1 on the season. McPherson just pretty much struggled out of the gates, especially shots just were not falling, and 23 points, obviously season low, but pretty low for McPherson, especially by their standards, as offensively they were pretty decent yesterday, but just could not get over the hump and could not get the lid off of the rim. So McPherson falls for the first time this year. They're 1-1 on the year, and Salina South is now 1-1 after winning 42-23. Still putting together the totals for McPherson, but Salina South's leading scorer was Brooklyn Jordan with 17 points. Peyton Fritz had 11. 6 points by Briley Moss. 5 points by Isabel Maxton. And then 2 points apiece from Sophie Daly and Braylon Cheeks. So McPherson struggling today. And in fact, they forced, so I tried to do the math again, they commit many fouls and put Salina South to the free throw line 19 times, and Salina South converted on 14 of those. Here's the thing. 11 shots made in total by Salina South. 4 of them were 2s, 7 of them were 3s here today. So McPherson with that defense, especially in the perimeter defense, struggling, and then offensively struggling as well. They fall to 1-1 on the year. We'll put together McPherson's totals, and we'll give you those when we return as we continue the Bullpup Locker Room show right after this. Again, McPherson falls on the girls' side 42-23 over Salina South. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
More of the Bullpup Locker Room show is next. Listen all season for McPherson Bullpups basketball on Ad Astra Radio. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. The McPherson Bullpups play here.
Hey there, I'm James Dunlap from Farmers Alliance. Just like a winning sports team huddles up before the big game, we know that having a solid game plan in place ahead of time is key. At Farmers Alliance, we've got your back when it comes to protecting your loved ones before the unexpected strikes. Don't wait for a crisis to hit. Chat with your friendly, independent insurance agent today, whether you need to draft a plan from scratch or level up your existing one. Our Farmers Alliance team is here to prepare you for life's curveballs. Don't hesitate. Get in touch with your Farmers Alliance agent now.
Get back to doing what you love with Advanced Physical Therapy in McPherson. Whether you're recovering from injury, surgery, or just want to move with less pain, their expert team is here to help. Call or stop by Advanced Physical Therapy in McPherson today.
Do you need custom shirts, hoodies, polos, or other apparel printed? Whether it's for your sports team, business, or church, 37 Print Co. in Hutch has you covered. Hi, I'm Amanda. Check out our work on Facebook, 37 Print Co. We print shirts.
At Nextech Wireless, get the iPhone 17 on us. iPhone 17 comes in 4 gorgeous colors with a brighter 6.3-inch display and a ceramic 2 shield front that's 3 times more scratch resistant. Capture super high resolution shots by default with the advanced 48MP dual fusion camera system and have flexible ways to frame your shot with dual capture video for simultaneous front and rear recording. Nextech Wireless, connecting Kansas.
Even though I've moved out of state, I can still bank locally with Farmer State Bank using my online services. I use all of the electronic options Farmer State Bank offers without ever even visiting the lobby. Member FDIC.
Scoot over to Scooter's Coffee for a swirly twirly sugar cookie sandwich with a sweet buttery cream cheese filling. Scooter's Coffee, amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast.
Scooter's Coffee in Hutchinson, McPherson, Salina, and Abilene.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to the Bullpup Locker Room shows. The McPherson girls fall 42-23 against Salina South to fall them to 1-1 on the year. As promised, here are the totals for McPherson High School today. Only 7 made baskets, all of which were 2s. They did not make a 3 today, and they were 10 of 19 at the free throw line, which gave them their... That would be the wrong math, actually, because then that would mean that they would have had 24 points, when in actuality they had 23. So I'll have to figure out. Oh, there it was. Yep, there was my math wrong. I figured it out. So I just gave an extra free throw to somebody on accident. So McPherson was 9 of 19 at the free throw line today. So the final point totals, Brooke Doyle led all scorers with 8. Hitting 3 shots and then 2 for 4 at the charity stripe. 5 points for Jersey Alexander, 2 made shots, and she was 1 of 2 at the stripe. 3 points apiece for Riley Whitfield and Audra Sandbo. Sandbo 1 for 2 at the free throw line and 1 made shot. Whitfield 3 for 6 at the free throw line. She did not make a basket today. And then 1 point apiece from Lily Pankratz and Amarie Lowry, and then 2 points also by Carly Cooper. So those are the scoring totals for McPherson in this one, as they only score 23 points and they fall to 1-1 on the year. Time now for the Hub Brick Oven play of the game. It's got to be that and one by Carly Cooper towards the end, because just how funny it was, just getting off of a rifled right-handed pass from Carly Cooper, from Ellie Paulson, just right in front of her, but then controlled and taken like a champ, and then Cooper turned and shot it up and in with contact, and a foul was called. She did not convert on the end one as she missed the free throw, but still an impressive play nonetheless. That is the Hub Brick Oven play of the game, featuring their world-famous Brick Oven Pizza. Get your grub at the Hub, 100 South Christian in Mound Ridge. McPherson High School basketball brought to you in part by Iron Horse Financial, Bethany Village, Advanced Physical Therapy, 37 Print Co., Farmer State Bank, Crop Lumber, Mound Ridge Tractor, and Blue Stem Communities. Let's go ahead and take you around the McPherson Dental Care scoreboard before we give you our People's Bank and Trust player of the game. The Gossel and Marion game, which is the McPherson area game of the week, the girls game went to overtime, which Gossel won 48-44 over Marion. Smoky Valley girls fall to Central Plains 49-31. Heston falls to Southeast of Salina 40-37. Remington defeats Blue Stem 65-14. Bueller defeats Nickerson 61-17. Mulvane defeats Kingman 61-27. And Lyons falls 54-21 over Ellsworth. Those are the scoreboard updates brought to you by McPherson Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch. Our player of the game will go to Brooke Doyle today with a team-high 8 points and a plethora of rebounds as well, and a good job of the low post, especially against a taller defender. So she will be our People's Bank and Trust player of the game. Community banking at its best with 21 locations in Kansas. This is People's Country. We'll hear from head coach Clint Kinnaman at halftime of the boys game. But coming up next, the Midway Motors drive to the game for the boys matchup between McPherson and Salina South. That's coming up next. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball on the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
You're on the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. Streaming online at adastraradio.com and on the Ad Astra Radio app. The McPherson Bullpups play on 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Take your game to the next level at McPherson College, home to KCAC champions, NAIA All-Americans, and champions of character. McPherson College is a growing campus with expanded athletic facilities, updated dorms, and a new student center opening in 2025. Learn about our 40-plus majors and pre-professional programs, scholarships, and graduating without debt at macbulldogs.com. Your journey to greatness starts here. It's a great day to be a Bulldog.
I'm Jared. Since 1948, we at Krupp Lumber in Heston have been helping customers all over the state choose the perfect lumber, right tools for the job, and provide quality products to make their homes stand the test of time. Krupp Lumber has all the best brands like Milwaukee Tools and outdoor power equipment, Marvin and Anderson windows, and R.D. Henry cabinets. Ask about our in-state delivery. Check us out at krupplumber.com. Krupp Lumber. Service is our specialty.
Here's a bright idea. Kansas deserves fiber internet. Not just Kansas City and Wichita. Little places like Bueller. That's where we started. IdeaTech provides high-speed fiber internet to 75 communities and counting. We're working to bring fiber to as many towns in Kansas as we can. High-speed internet shouldn't just be for the big cities. Another bright idea from IdeaTech.
Get IdeaTech fiber internet at ideatech.com.
LS Tractor is your performance pack tractor for all seasons, now offering 0% for 120 months on select models, including our 57 horsepower hydrostat. Our universal skid steer quick attach makes switching a breeze. Our tough heavy lifting loaders give you more strength. Add a third function easily and get your grapple on. Get a wide range of capabilities, attachments, and implements. Visit Mound Ridge Tractor and get more features for less money, where customer service has been our business since 1985. Start blue, stay blue with LS Tractor.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South High School as pregame coverage now begins as we start the Midway Motors drive to the game for McPherson High School basketball. for the boys' side here on 98.9, 1540 KMCP, adastraradio.com, and streaming live on the Ad Astra Radio mobile app with studio engineer Sherry Bruce and live stream coordinator Mitchell Bruce. I'm Lane Gillespie. Thanks again for spending your Friday with us. And if you have noticed, if you're just tuning in, why we are behind schedule, as normally this game would tip off at around 7:30. The game that happened before the girls' game, which was the boys' contest between Liberal and Hayesville campus, went to overtime, which is why we were delayed quite a bit before this game. Thankfully, tomorrow we'll be right on time because McPherson and Liberal tomorrow afternoon are the first games played here at Salina South. But either way, McPherson, their boys team 1-0 on the year. So is Salina South. They're 1-0 on the year. McPherson won 66-64 last night in thrilling fashion, going up against a really scrappy Hayesville campus team who did defeat Liberal earlier today in overtime. And it went down to the wire after giving up a game tying and one. A lob to the basket by Jet Pyle to Eli Reasoner to win the game, gave McPherson the win. We'll talk more about it when we return. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
More of the Midway Motors Drive to the Game coming up. Midway Motors in McPherson, Newton, Hutchinson, and Hillsborough for every mile of life. Your home for the McPherson Bullpups is 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
We all have to pay taxes, but a tax diversification strategy can help you keep more of your money and help manage your long-term tax impact. Call Ameriprise Financial Advisor Glenn Snell at 620-504-5062 today. Office is located at 223 South Main Street, McPherson, Kansas. Ameriprise Financial, Inc. does not offer tax or legal advice. Consult with a tax advisor or attorney. Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC.
Exciting news, McPherson. The Cedars is now proud to be part of the Blue Stem community family. That means the same trusted care with even more resources, more connection, and more possibilities. Whether you're looking for independent living, assisted care, or skilled services, the Cedars continues to be your homegrown choice, now stronger than ever as a Blue Stem community. Live well with the Cedars, now part of the Blue Stem community.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South High School. We continue the Midway Motors Drive to the game for the boys basketball matchup between the McPherson Bullpups and the Salina South High School Cougars. Both teams 1-0 on the year. As I mentioned before the break, McPherson got a thrilling win over Hayesville campus last night with a game-winning bucket on a lob from Jet Pyle to freshman Eli Reasoner. But Pyle had a career-high 29 points last night, but also shot 12 of 14 at the free throw line, which is what really contributed to him getting that high of a scoring mark. Eli Reasoner, the freshman in his first game, had 13 points, and Ashton Malm had 15, a guy that averaged 10.7 boards last year in the state tournament, but only 5 points a game last year in total. With a good start to the year, there are some things defensively that head coach Kurt Kinnaman wanted him to clean up, but offensively, Ashton Malm was pretty sound last night. Also scoring from guys like Paxton Ingalls and Cole Cooper and KJ Harrison. For Salina South on their end, yesterday they faced Liberal and won in a matchup that wasn't quite so nail-biting, defeating them 64-42, led by 13 points by senior Sawyer Walker, or correction, actually 15 points by senior Jackson Myers. Sawyer Walker had 13 points, but this is a Salina South team that has a big man up front at 6'6", senior Gavin DeVoe, who had 8 points and 10 rebounds last night, just 2 points shy of a double-double. They really spread the wealth with the shooting yesterday, which they shot 49% in total, but 1 of 12 on threes. And in fact, the only three made was by Sawyer Walker. He is a 6'5" senior getting offers from local KCAC schools, including Kansas Wesleyan in town, and also Southwestern College and Manhattan Christian College in Winfield and Manhattan, respectively. They also have just amazing athletes who are likely going to play football at the next level, Jackson Myers being one of them, and Jalen Cheeks. Now, Cheeks doesn't get a whole lot of playing time. He only had 2 points yesterday, but this is also a Salina South team that had 12 players on the against the guards by Liberal and forced the turnovers by doing so. This is a team that only led by 12 at halftime, but then led by 24 in the fourth quarter. And there was actually a running clock in the fourth quarter, even though they did win by just 22. But again, 12 players scored, 12 players played, and 10 players scored for Salina South. So a lot of guys on this team with some varsity experience. Meanwhile, for McPherson, as we continue, obviously this trend, as we mentioned yesterday with the Pile injury update with returning starter Cade Strathman, who will be out for the first month or month and a half as he is still recovering from the fractured and dislocated ankle he suffered in baseball back in July, which, you know, a lot of times if it's either a fracture or a dislocation, usually it doesn't take that long, but if you will, look up a Bosworth fracture and then come back and realize that that was a kid, Cade Strathman, who suffered that playing baseball, sliding into second base in July. Now, he is practicing. He does have a sleeve, or rather a brace, on his right ankle. He is practicing, but only at about 50 or 60%. And Coach Kinnaman said before the year he'd love to have him back by mid-January. But as he goes to the bench and gets a handshake from his dad, Chris Strathman, one of the assistant coaches, and from everybody else on the bench, he's still hyping up his guys and coaching them along the way as he's a returning starter and a senior. And obviously McPherson will be happy to have him back when he heals up. We'll bring you the starting lineups and tip-off of this game between McPherson and Salina South. Coming up right after this, this is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
The Midway Motors Drive to the Game continues after this. Stream the Bullpups all season with live audio and video on the free Ad Astra Radio app. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Looking for memory care that feels like home? Pleasant View Home offers private rooms, 24-hour specialized care, and monitored doorways for safety so you can have peace of mind. Our memory care neighborhood includes a secure outdoor courtyard and its very own activity director to keep residents active, engaged, and fulfilled. This is care that puts the resident first, with compassion, comfort, and respect. Pleasant View Home in Inman.
At Health Equip, we are committed to bringing comfort to you and your home. That's why we specialize in health and mobility products designed to keep you feeling your best and living with ease. From CPAPs and BiPAPs to oxygen services and respiratory supplies, our full line of equipment is backed by friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to help find the right fit. Right now, enjoy 20% off our power mobility products and lift chairs. Find us at healthequip.com or visit us in Hutchinson, Newton, and McPherson. Health Equip, comfort, care, and a better way to live.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back to Salina South High School as we continue the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. Tip-off just moments away between the McPherson and Salina South boys. Time to give you the starting lineups brought to you by Ag 360 Insurance. For the McPherson Bullpups, they are 6'2" senior Jet Pyle, 5'10" junior Ashton Malm, 6'3" senior Paxton Ingalls, 6' junior Cole Cooper, and 6'4" freshman Eli Riesener. For the Salina South Cougars, the starting lineup is as follows. The 5'10" senior Easton Wilcox, 5'10" senior Jackson Myers, 6'2" junior Kobe Henley, 6'6" senior Gavin DeVoe, and 6'5" senior Sawyer Walker. Those are the starting lineups brought to you by Ag 360 Insurance. Ag 360 Insurance is here to partner in your legacy. Contact agents Darren Eddy or Cody Moores in Inman. McPherson in their road red uniforms again. Red jerseys, red shorts, white and black trim. White lettering and numbering on the front and back with a black outline spelling Bullpups above the numbers. Salina South in their home whites. White jerseys, white shorts with green trim. Green lettering and numbering on the front and back with a yellow outline spelling Cougars above the numbers on the front in cursive. Uniforms are brought to you by McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners. It's where to take your clothes. So it's the same starting five for McPherson as it was yesterday with the big man Eli Riesener at 6'4", the freshman. Again, we don't have the rebound numbers from yesterday, but he had to have had a double-double in his very first game as a Bullpup, and getting the game-winning shot works out as well. Toss of the tap, won by Riesener over the 6'6" Gavin DeVoe. McPherson with the ball to start off the game, going from left to right. We are underway here at Salina South High School. Jet Pyle steps into a two immediately and swishes it home. Picking up where he left off, Jet Pyle, after having a career-high 29 points, just less than 24 hours ago. Paxton Ingalls almost got a steal on the other end, but it's tipped out of bounds off of Ingalls, and it will stay with Salina South. But 2-0 Pups early, 7:37 to go first quarter. Myers will control the point. He was the leading scorer yesterday, receiving college offers as a wide receiver in football in the Jayhawk Conference. On the near side, Wilcox, top of the key, Henley. Kick right side with the ball with a jab step as Myers now back in. Henley, shot blocked by Reasoner and taken by McPherson. Jet Pyle looks to push, has Cooper, finds him to his left. Cooper stops on a dime, almost walks, cross-court feed. Malm pulls up from the elbow, just short. Reasoner's there, trying to keep it alive, but out of bounds it goes, and it will go back to Salina South. But good effort by Eli that time. But the young freshman getting his fingerprints all over the ball once again. A bright future ahead of him in McPherson. 1 minute in, 2-0 McPherson in the early going. Myers with the ball, kick near side for Walker, who's the best player on the team. Ball poke loose, a dive for the ball. Malm almost had it, then Salina South somehow got it. Kick far side, now Wilcox, wide open three, right wing, in and out, rebounded by McPherson. Malm up ahead, looking to push. Spins, fires from 12, beauty. Ashton Malm, who had tied a career-high 15 last night, also picks up where he left off. And it's 4-0 McPherson, a minute 40 in. Sawyer Walker near side, who's getting college offers to play basketball, steps up, back, fires, and hits a three. Sawyer Walker, who had the only three made by Salina South last night, as they shot 1 of 12 from distance, but still won by 22. 4-3 McPherson, 6 minutes to go first quarter. Malm on the left wing. Coach Kinnaman says to move the ball. Malm steps back, kicks to Cooper in the corner. Walker guarding Cooper as they swing the ball back around. Malm waves people around, spins, almost carried. Near side Ingalls, shot clock at 10. Ingalls to Cooper. About 15 feet out, lost it, a dive for the ball, and Salina South has it. Sawyer Walker with the steal. Here come the Cougars. Wilcox with a crossover move, cross-court feed, far side Myers. Holding the ball, waiting for a screen. Gets a jab step, drives on Cooper, kick near side. DeVoe steps up, tough shot, crawls in. Gavin DeVoe gives Salina South the lead, 5-4, after McPherson scored the first four. 5:10 to go first quarter. Ashton drives all the way, right-hand scoop layup just crawls off, rebounded by Salina South. And the Cougars look to push on the near side. A three on the way by Walker, off the mark, rebounded by Eli Reasoner of McPherson. So McPherson with the ball, just down one. Jet Pyle controlling the point on the Salina South logo. A crossover move, steps back, fires a three. Too strong, rebounded by Salina South. Deep pass, near side, shot blocked, but a foul called. A lot of body contact as Henley will go to the line for two, and a foul on Jet Pyle.
Fouls on Jet Pyle, his first personal foul, team foul number 1. Line shooting 2, Kobe Henley.
Henley to shoot two. After Jet Pyle picked up the first foul of the game with 4:31 to go first quarter. First free throw is a pure swish. KJ Harrison will check in for the first time for McPherson. He'll come in for Cole Cooper. Checking in for Salina South are Kyler Webb and Jalen Cheeks. Second free throw on its way. In and out, rebounded by Reasoner. McPherson has it, down 6-4, 4:25 to go in the first. Pyle just crossed midcourt with maybe a second to spare. Jet steps back, finds Malm in the corner. Top of the key, handoff Ingalls. McPherson running a weave. Near side Harrison with a jab step. Near side, shot clock at 9. Harrison lost it, found it again, picks up the dribble, needs help, finds Pyle. 5 to shoot, 4, across, drive, shoots, got hit hard and a foul called. And Jet Pyle will shoot two. Sawyer Walker called for his first foul. Jet, who had a career-high 29 points last night, leading the Bullpups. First free throw, swish. He was 12 of 14 at the stripe yesterday. 1 for 1 to start off today. Going to go 2 for 2 and tie the game. Up and rattles home. 6-all tie, 3:57 to go first quarter. Checking in for the first time, Bryson Augustine, the 5'9" junior. McPherson allowed a 6-0 run after scoring the first 4 points of the game. Now tie game. Top of the circle, Augustine for 3, missed everything out of bounds. And to McPherson. Worth noting, by the way, McPherson College head coach T.J. Eskelson, the head coach of the men's basketball team at Mac College, in attendance, looking at some possible future talents. I know he wouldn't mind having a guy like Jet Pyle on his team next year. Malm finds Pyle. He'll drive, float, and hit. It rolls home. And 6 early points by the senior Jet Pyle makes it 8-6 McPherson. And the Cougars trying to find a way to respond. Augustine left alone for a moment. Hands it off. Webb turns the corner, fires away, and hits the 3. Kyler Webb from distance only had 4 points yesterday. He gets 3 early ones with 3 minutes to go first quarter. McPherson now down by 1, 9-8. Pyle looking for a screen, kicks it in. Riesener, fading shot off the mark. Tried to get the board, but it's taken by Salina South. Here comes Henley between the legs, near side. Myers, guarded well by Harrison, who now starts his dribble. Myers gets past him all the way home. Tough shot missed, but a foul called on McPherson. 2 free throws coming up. Foul on Ashton Malm, they said. Called him for reaching in. And Jackson Myers at the free throw line for the first time today. First free throw, swish. Gavin DeVoe back in for Salina South. Also Cole Cooper back in, but he comes in for Malm. 10-8 Salina South. Trying to make it 11-8 is Myers, who had his first point. Second free throw. Crawls short, rebounded by Riesener. McPherson with it. Cooper controls the point. McPherson down 10-8, 2:25 left first quarter. Cooper turns the corner, hands it off for Pyle. Guarded by Webb. Pyle waves one man away. Now steps up on the right wing. Steps back, fires away. Long 2, short rebound, Salina South. There's a deep pass on the far side, but Myers didn't catch it cleanly, so he slows it down. Augustine slings it near side, cheeks into the wing. Webb splits through defenders. Bounce pass far side, a bit wide and out of bounds. Back to McPherson. Easton Wilcox back in for Salina South. 10-8 Salina South over McPherson. 1:55 to go first quarter. KJ Harrison, Jet Pyle, Cole Cooper, Eli Riesener, and Paxton Ingalls, the 5 on the floor. Under head coach Kurt Kinnaman in his 31st year at McPherson, who picked up his 596th win at McPherson. He has over 600 in his career. Harrison, and we have a foul called on Salina South. It will be on Augustine, his first, team second. And Ashton Malm will check in for Eli Riesener. Walker checks back in for Salina South. McPherson plays it in, a bounce pass to Malm, kick near side for Pyle. Pyle top of the key, crosses, kick near side, into the wing, Malm. Now back far side for Cooper. Cooper spins the free throw line, held up, finds Ingalls, steps up, fires from the free throw line, in and out, rebounded by Salina South. 10-8 Salina South, 1:15 to go first quarter. Augustine near side, DeVoe into the corner for Wilcox, who gets doubled up, and a foul will be called on Ingalls. His first, team's third on McPherson. Salina South to play it into the backcourt, which they do. Wilcox controlling the point. 1:04 to go first quarter. Salina South leads McPherson 10-8. Wilcox between the legs, near side. DeVoe. Now Webb, a three, far side, goes down for Walker, his second of the half. Of the quarter, actually, and Salina South leads 13-8. 40 seconds to go, first quarter. 2 clock separated by 9 seconds. Pyle crosses, far corner, Malm, wide open three. You betcha! Ashton Malm's first 3 of the year. Gets it to go from distance to bring it back to within 2. 13-11, the score. 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. Wilcox on the near side. Back to the top of the key for DeVoe. 12 seconds. DeVoe drives, bounce pass wide open. Layup good by Webb. 6 seconds to go in the quarter. McPherson down by 4. Jet, 2 seconds. 1, fires away. In and out, and that's the end of the first quarter. McPherson trailing Salina South after 1, 15-11. Second quarter coming up after this. We're back in 30 from Salina South. You're listening to coverage of McPherson High School basketball for the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Protect your home with WaveTech Roofing and Guttering in McPherson. Eco-friendly synthetic roofing to lifetime gutter systems, we deliver durability you can count on. Call today for your free estimate or visit wavetechroofing.com.
Elevate every space with the Good Merchant in Lindsborg. From unique home decor to thoughtful gifts and beautiful accessories, you'll find the good stuff for every occasion. Shop your style at the Good Merchant, downtown Lindsborg.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson trailing Salina South 15-11 after 1 quarter of play. After scoring the first 4 points, then McPherson kind of went ice cold on both offense and defense. And that's why now they trail by 4. Coverage of McPherson High School basketball brought to you by McPherson College. You bring the dream, we'll build the team. Success is a team effort. Begin building yours at McPherson College. It's a great day to be a Bulldog. Salina South will have the ball to start the second half as they play it in, going from right to left. Far side with the ball on the drive. Layup won't count. An offensive foul called on Salina South. Foul called away from the ball. It was on Wilcox, his first, and the team's first of this second quarter. So McPherson down by 4, plays it into the backcourt. Pyle controls the point, crossing midcourt with about a second to spare. Malm, who hit a 3 just right before the end of the first quarter, gives it back to Pyle in the corner. Now Malm, fake, steps up. Harrison near side, catch and shoot 3, swish! KJ Harrison from downtown. And that brings McPherson to within 1. 15-14, Salina South. 7:15 to go first half. Wilcox thought about a 3, steps back on Pyle, handoff to Walker, who hit 2 threes in the first quarter. High pass inside, kick into the corner. 3 by Myers. In and out, rebound, tipped about. A fight for it, and a foul will be called on McPherson for reaching in. Believe it'll be on Malm, which if it is, that's his second. No, it's on KJ Harrison. That's his first. So Salina South will have it with a fresh shot clock in the front court. Wilcox looking, and a deep pass, a bad pass taken by Malm all the way home. He fakes, shoots, and scores. Ashton Malm, a star wide receiver on the football team, caught it like a receiver and used his speed to go the other direction. McPherson retakes the lead, 16-15, 6:45 to go first half. Walker steps back, fires a 3 over Malm, missed but a foul. They say arm contact by Malm, and 3 free throws coming up for Sawyer Walker. And Malm will have to head to the bench after getting his second foul. Malm was 7 points, but 3 free throws for Walker. First free throw good. 2 more to go. That one tied the game at 16. Dane Becker's at the scores table. He'll check in for Ashton. Second free throw. Good. One more for him. Becker comes in. And Salina South takes the lead. One more free throw on its way. Good, and he's a perfect 3 for 3 at the stripe. 9 first half points for Sawyer Walker. 18-16 Salina South. 6:35 to go first half. Pyle gets a screen from Reasoner. Pyle fires from the elbow. Got it and one. Jet Pyle turns it around. And he has a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play. That was a very, very tough shot, which he just floated high into the air. Foul called on DeVoe, his first, team second. Free throw by Pyle, swirls home. 9 points for Jet Pyle. 19-18 McPherson, 6:20 to go in the first half. Henley, ball, bad pass. Cooper could not get the loose ball on the near side. Walker, deep three, way off. Offensive rebound, though. Right side, another three. That one's good, this time by Henley. His first made bucket in Salina South. Back up by 2. Cooper picks up his dribble, finds Reasoner top of the key. Reasoner needs to find someone, finds Pyle. Pyle gets bumped, no whistle, drives, steps back. Kick left side, Cooper open for a 3 off the heel. Rebounded by Salina South. Far side, Walker doubled up, a dive for the ball. Harrison came down with it. We'll have a tie up. The arrow will give it back to McPherson, but KJ Harrison diving for the loose ball. 21-19 Salina South, 5.5 minutes to go. First half, McPherson with the ball. Pyle gets a screen from Reasoner. Bad pass, but Reasoner collect now, fires, free throw line jumper, way off, rebounded by Salina South. Deep pass, Henley crosses over on Becker. Henley under the basket, tough shot, missed, but a foul called on Becker. So Henley going to the strike. Only 3 different scores for McPherson for their 19 points. Jet Pyle, Ashton Mom, KJ Harrison. And at the line for 2 is Henley. First free throw good. Two for 3 at the stripe today. 22-19, Salina South, 5:07 to go first half. Second free throw. That one's good. Five minutes to go first half. McPherson down by 4. And we're down by 4 at the end of 1. Ball poked loose. Jet trying to go after it, a dive for it, and we'll have a foul called on Pyle. Salina South gets the ball back, and Pyle hit with his second foul. Team's 4th. (23-19), Salina South with the lead and the ball. High pass inside, a bump from behind, and a foul called. Is that on Pyle? If it is, that's his 3rd. Who's the foul on? No, it's on Reasoner. That's his first.
Correction. 32, Eli Reasoner. The line shooting 2.
Reasoner called for his first foul. The public address announcer, second mistake he's made today, said that the foul was on Jet, which was not. First free throw missed, by the way, by DeVoe. He has one more. This one to try to make it a 5-point Salina South lead. Free throw up, and he missed that one too, but an offensive rebound. by Henley. Henley has it in the corner. Fake, steps left, wide open three. Short. Rebound. DeVoe inside, lefty layup, missed, but a foul. And back to the line goes DeVoe. That foul again on Reasoner. That's his second.
22, Dave Becker, his second personal.
No, they called it on Becker. His second. First free throw goes in by DeVoe. Kyler Webb back in for Salina South. And McPherson, that's something they struggled with yesterday, was giving up offensive boards. Second free throw, too strong, rebounded by Jet Pyle. 24-19, Salina South, 4.5 minutes to go, first half. Pyle on the far side with McPherson down by 9. Pyle steps left, fires up a tough jumper, crawls off. Rebound fought for, Cooper has it, top of the key, Becker. Near side, Harrison for three, short. Tapped high into the air, Salina South has it. Webb, far side, stops on a dime, kick it to the far corner. Walker guarded by Cooper. Walker steps right, jumps, fires, missed, but a foul called. And Sawyer Walker back at the line. A foul on Cooper.
The line shooting two, Sawyer Walker.
First free throw for Walker, good. 10 points for Sawyer Walker. 4 for 4 at the free throw line as he made 3 earlier in this quarter. Second free throw crawls in. So add another, 26-19 Salina South. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Pyle, near side, drives baseline, bounce pass, bad pass, taken away by Salina South. Cooper then dives for the ball. On the ground, a tie-up is called, and the arrow will give it back to Salina South. Foul trouble has been the problem for McPherson in this game. And Salina South will bring back in, or rather in for the first time, Caden Stoffer. 26-19, Salina South. And they have the ball with 3:40 to go first half. Into the corner, we'll have an offensive foul called on Salina South. Away from the ball. Or actually, no, it's on Sawyer Walker, which is his second foul. So bear that in mind, too. Third team foul on Salina South. 3.5 minutes to go first half. McPherson down by 7 with the ball. Harrison crosses midcourt, guarded by Walker. Almost lost it, but they are going to call a double dribble. One of those where they look like they're going to pass it in, then just kind of held back, and that's a turnover. Crew Buckman will check in for the first time. Wilcox back in, so is Henley. For Salina South, 3:20 to go. Second quarter. 26-19 Salina South. Wilcox, far side, turns the corner, hop step, right hand layup, good. First points of the game for Wilcox, and it's a 9-point Salina South lead. Timeout to McPherson. With 3:07 to go in the first half. We'll take one with them. We're back in 30 seconds from Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Looking for your next ride? This is Jason. Come see me at McPherson Car Connection, where you'll find quality used vehicles you can trust. McPherson Car Connection. Stop by today for a quick, no-hassle, enjoyable car buying experience.
McPherson's newest lunch and dinner spot is here. The Boiler House at 1725 East Euclid on the edge of the McPherson College campus serves fresh salads, sandwiches, and wraps, plus drinks for everyone. Open weekdays from 11 to 2, 4:30 to 8.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson calls their first time out of the game as the Bullpups trail 28-19 over Salina South. And McPherson just a bit sloppy offense in the recent going and just unable for shots to fall here in this one so far. Coverage of McPherson High School basketball presented by Next Tech Wireless. Stream every game live on your phone with the Ad Astra Radio app powered by Next Tech Wireless. Find the latest phones and devices at the best prices. Dane Becker, Jet Pyle, Cole Cooper, Crew Buckman, and Eli Reasoner, the 5 on the floor. Ashton Malm on the bench with 2 fouls, but Pyle on the floor with 2 fouls. Pyle inside, Reasoner with the two-handed dunk. Reasoner's first points of the game. Salina South has it on the near side. It's now a 7-point game. Webb fakes the pass. Now kick far corner. A drive, a double team, and a cross-court feed. Wilcox fakes near side. Back to Webb. Spins past Cooper. Fakes. Shoots way short. Ball fought for out of bounds. It's McPherson's ball. McPherson down by 7. 28-21, 2:20 to go first half. Pyle controlling the ball. Near corner, Cooper fakes, steps left, bounce pass, Reasoner. Double team, needs help. Back to Cooper near side. Pyle, left side for Becker, shot clock at 10. Becker spins, falls down, no whistle, out of bounds to Salina South. 2 minutes to go first half, and Salina South with the ball once more, up by 7. Wilcox, far side, finds Cheeks on the right wing, looking for help, finds it, top of the circle. Stauffer trying to split past Buckman, and Buckman will be called for reaching in. And that will bring in 2 free throws. Salina South is in the bonus. That's the 3rd foul on Dane, so he's going to come out. KJ Harrison goes to the scores table. Stauffer at the line for 2, his first trip today. First free throw, in and out. Harrison will check in for the aforementioned Becker. One more free throw for Stauffer on its way. Short, rebounded by Reasoner. Stauffer goes 0 for 2. So McPherson keeps the 7-point lead. Pyle crosses over, crosses again, far side Cooper. Harrison, top of the circle, left side Buckman finds Cooper left wing. Scanning the floor, now stepping back, bounce pass, Reasoner. Reasoner, double team, finds Cooper. Steps up, back in, Reasoner lays it in. Eli Reasoner, his second straight bucket, and it's a 5-point game. 28-23, Salina South, 1:10 to go in the first half. Far wing, bounce pass into Stauffer. On the baseline, dangerous pass inside, out of bounds off Salina South. And Salina South turns it back over as they will bring Gavin DeVoe and Jackson Myers back into the game. Jet Pyle takes the ball up the floor. Pyle gets a screen from Reasoner, but he steps into a 3, and he hits it! That's a big-time bucket by the senior Jet Pyle. His first 3 of the game. And it's a 2-point bullpup deficit. 3 on the other end. Wilcox rattles it home. So a quick answer by Salina South. And Salina South will use their timeout with 31.1 to go in the second. We'll keep it right here. We'd like to thank our sponsors. McPherson High School basketball is brought to you in part by Health Equip, Hospice and Home Care, Reno County, Hutch Regional Med Center, Scooters Coffee, Farm Bureau with Luke Bauer, Inman Funeral Home, Headland Electric, the Bradbury Company, The Hub, MTC, and Gearing Hardware. McPherson able to find ways to bounce back, forcing turnovers, and then the lid has started to come off of the rim as they've started finding better shots, but Jet Pyle with a clutch 3, and then Wilcox answered right back to bring it back to a 5-point game. So McPherson likely to hold for the last shot of the half, and should there not be a tie-up, McPherson would have the ball to start off the second half. But Salina South is going to have full court pressure. as McPherson will play it into the backcourt. Harrison finds Cooper. And now Pyle will take the ball up the floor. Pyle will slow it down, and again, they will hold for the last shot of the half. The other 4 are well near the baseline. Now it's Cooper, and back to Pyle with 15. On the midcourt circle, just ahead of the stripe. Pyle crosses, 8 seconds. Pyle into the corner, Harrison for 3. No. Rebounded by Salina South. Buckman steals it, turns, shoots, misses. A lot of contact, no whistle. Good effort, though, by Buckman, but that's the end of the first half. McPherson will trail going into the locker room. Salina South 31, McPherson 26. The Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report is coming up next. After this, we'll talk with the head coach of the girls team, Clint Kinnaman. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
You're listening to the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report. Great Plains Federal Credit Union, placing people before profit. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. The McPherson Bullpups play here.
One of the most important elements of success is knowing when to expand and when to focus on strengthening what you have. At People's Bank and Trust, we've done just that over the years, ensuring that we always have a solid base to provide for our customers and our community. At People's Bank and Trust, we never promise more than we can deliver. And what we deliver is safe, sound, reliable banking that puts you first. Let us put our experience to work for you and your family. People's Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
When quality of care matters, let the compassionate and professional staff at Hospice and Home Care of Reno County serve you. We are committed to the well-being of our community because we are your neighbors and friends. We provide services such as home health, hospice, private duty, palliative care, and voice care. Count on us to provide your in-home health care services. Wherever you consider home, Hospice and Home Care of Reno County, your local not-for-profit agency serving a 50-mile radius of Hutchinson. We care how you live.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome in to the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report. McPherson boys trailing 31-26 to Salina South at the halftime break. Earlier today, the girls basketball teams faced off, and a little bit later than we anticipated because the game before went to overtime. But in that one, McPherson fell for the first time this year, 42-23. Joining us on the headset now is head coach Clint Kinnaman. Just your first of all, your overall thoughts on the game.
Well, I don't have them ready to be aggressive enough in a game for whatever reason. But we made a lot of really unaggressive plays that led to a lot of bad things tonight. We didn't shoot it very well from the perimeter either. We did cut our turnovers down from what they were last night. But I got to do a better job getting these girls more aggressive offensively.
Well, today you went to the free throw line 19 times. The thing is, you only made 9 of those free throws. So just from a free throw shooting standpoint, what has to change?
Well, it's not a very good percentage.
Right.
A lot of our girls, it's a confidence thing. We talk to them all the time. There's times that us as a coaching staff, we believe in you more than you believe in you. So we've got to get them to where they totally believe in themselves. They trust themselves. They trust their teammates. And maybe that will help us be a little bit more aggressive. Quick turnaround. We're bouncing back. We're rolling again tomorrow against a good Liberal team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, from a shooting standpoint, there were a lot of good looks, especially from the perimeter. There was just happened to be a lid on the rim, especially in the second half. So
100%, Lane. I thought we did a good job of running stuff to get looks. We did turn down some shots that we can't be turning down. But, we were, probably 0 for about 14 from 3 tonight. And all of those were open shots. It wasn't like they were hard contest. It was just we flat out missed. So, we'll do some drills in practice, get them used to people being on, running at them or not running at them. Maybe that will instill a little more confidence in them.
Well, yeah, you go up against Liberal tomorrow, who I believe are 2-0 to start off the year. So just what do you see out of them?
Well, Liberal today, they beat Campus about what we did. Tonight, I don't think we could play much worse than what we did. And, we got a bounce-back game tomorrow, so we're gonna play hard again. and we'll see if maybe the shots will go in tomorrow.
Quite possibly. Coach, thanks so much for taking the time. We'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck.
Thank you, Wayne.
Head coach Clint Kinnaman on the headset with us. More coming up next in the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report as we give you halftime coverage of the boys game. Up next, McPherson trailing 31-26 at halftime. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball for the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
More of the Great Plains Federal Credit Union halftime report is coming up after this. Next, we'll recap tonight's first half stats. Your home for the McPherson Bullpups is 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Kansas. Trust the power of blue for your CanCare plan. Families trust Healthy Blue for doctor visits and prescriptions. New and expecting moms trust Healthy Blue for pregnancy support. And Healthy Blue provides extra benefits for your whole family. Choose the brand Kansans have trusted for more than 80 years. Visit choosehealthyblue.com/KS for more details. Trust the power of blue.
From the first heartbeat to breathing easier and life-changing triumphs, healing every step of the way, strengthening your future with advanced imaging and labs for precise answers, and compassionate care every step of the way. Because every moment of health matters. Hutchinson Regional Medical Center, caring for every chapter of your life.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson boys trailing 31-26 at halftime over Salina South so far here in this one. Just 4 different scores for McPherson in their 26 points, as Jet Pyle is the leading scorer. Trying to do the math in my head. 12 points in the first half. Ashton Malm with 7. KJ Harrison with 3. Eli Riesener with 4. Malm was on the bench for quite a while in that second quarter because he has 2 fouls. Dane Becker picked up 3 fouls. Jet Pyle has 2 fouls, but Coach Kinnaman trusted his senior point guard to stay on the floor without picking up a third, which he did just that. He picked up that second foul with about 5 minutes to go in that second quarter, and he did not sub out for that entire first half. So Jet still with 2 fouls going into the third quarter. But again, 4 different scores for McPherson, and the leader of which being Jet Pyle, putting up a couple of tough shots as well, and some of them able to rattle home. On the other end, Sawyer Walker, who's getting college offers to play KCAC basketball at the NAIA level. He has 11 points in the first half as he hit 2 threes in the first quarter. And then the second quarter went 5 for 5 at the free throw line. Second leading scorer is Kobe Henley with 6 points. 5 points apiece from Easton Wilcox and Kyler Webb. And then 3 points by Gavin DeVoe. So that makes it, or rather 1 point then by Jackson Myers, which is surprising in and of itself because Myers was the leading scorer last night for Salina South. He had 15. He only has 1 point at halftime today, which was, of course, just 1 of 2 on free throws in the first quarter. So McPherson down by 5 at halftime. They did cut it to as close as 2 before Wilcox hit a tough guarded 3 just towards the end of that first half. So McPherson will have the ball to start the second half, and we'll see how the second half will go, as when we return, we'll give you second half action between McPherson and Salina South. That's coming up next. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Your home for McPherson Bullpup basketball. Find exclusive stories and streaming audio online at adastraradio.com or download the Ad Astra Radio app. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and as the holiday chaos kicks in, know that we're here for any sales or service needs that you may have. Check us out online at www.midwaymotors.com or stop by and see us in person.
Happy holidays from our family to yours. Midway Motors, for every mile of life.
For over 80 years, Farm Bureau Financial Services has served the unique needs of the ag industry. We get to know you and your operation, providing coverage for your farm, ranch, machinery, crops, livestock, and so much more. Find out why we've been the #1 ag insurer for 25 years. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Call Farm Bureau agent Luke Bauer in McPherson at 620-241-0225.
#1 ag insurer across our territory. 1996 to 2021 SNL P&C Group Direct Written Premium.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
31-26, McPherson trailing Salina South at the half. Second half action just about to begin. McPherson High School basketball brought to you in part by Hutchinson Community College, Alliance Agency, APAC Shears, Raleigh Insurance, McPherson Dental Care, Pile the Finish, and Tallgraph's Turf Solutions. McPherson has had their spurts and has had their struggles, shooting-wise especially. Turnovers been kind of hit and miss. They were more on the cleaner side to close off the second quarter, but then also foul trouble has really bit them so far. 2 fouls on Ashton Malm, 2 fouls on Jet Pyle, 3 fouls on Dane Becker off the bench. So McPherson down by 5. They will have the ball to start off this third quarter. And an opportunity to try to turn it around right out of the gate. And we know Coach Kinnaman's crew, he will, of course, try to do so. So both teams will now head back out onto the floor. With the starting 5, Ashton Malm, Jet Pyle, Eli Riesener, Paxton Ingalls, and Cole Cooper. Starting 5 will also come out for Salina South. Easton Wilcox, Jackson Myers, Sawyer Walker, Gavin DeVoe, and Kobe Henley. Cooper plays it in. Malm trying to backdoor feed, but it's taken away. Good defense by Myers to get the steal, and Salina South gets the takeaway to start off the second half. Myers drives coast to coast, blocked by Riesener, taken by McPherson. Cooper near side, Malm catch and shoot 3, swish! What a turnaround and what a sequence for McPherson. Riesener the block, Malm the 3, and it's back to a 2-point game. 31-29, Salina South. South with the ball on the near side. Walker, team leader in points, drives on Malm. Walker picks up his dribble, needs help, kicks near side Wilcox. Left-handed dribble, drive, stops, bounce pass inside, blocked again, this time by Malm, and Riesener with the rebound. Pyle, Malm, thought about another 3, instead drives, kick, far side Ingalls. Fakes, back out Malm, and they'll slow down the tempo just a touch. Ingalls bounce pass, Riesener. Taller defender draped on him. Riesener now backs him down, turns, tough shot blocked, and a foul called away from the ball on Myers on the rebound attempt. So McPherson will get it back under the basket with a fresh 35. Cooper to play it in. Looking, scanning the baseline. Bounce pass, dangerous pass taken away by Henley. And that was intended for Riesener. Salina South the other direction. Myers controlling the point. 6.5 minutes left third quarter. Salina South up by 2, 31-29. Walker, handoff. Wilcox out about a 3. Finds an opening, drives. Tough layup, no, but a foul called, which might be on Pyle. Either Pyle or Riesener, either way, someone has 3 fouls. And now the official's trying to figure out who fouled him. It's Wilcox going to the line. It looked like it was Pyle that committed the foul. Yep, indeed it was. First team foul on McPherson in this quarter. 2 free throws for Wilcox. First free throw. Good. 6 points for Easton Wilcox. He had 6 in the entire game last night. The starting kicker on the football team. Second free throw rattles home. So give Wilcox 7 points, and it's a 33-29 Salina South advantage. 6:15 to go in the third. Pyle controlling the ball. He has 3 fouls, so he's got to be careful. Pyle doubled up near midcourt, ball taken away by DeVoe. Then Cooper gets a hand on it, and a foul on whom? They call it on Nope, they called it on Salina South. They called it on DeVoe, his second. One official, I think, said a foul on McPherson, and then Coach Kinnaman was incensed. But then the official who gave it to the scores table said no, it's on Salina South. McPherson with the ball down 4, 6 minutes to go in the third. Cooper on the near side after Malm was held up. Malm now into Riesener. Near side Malm, he wants a 3. Short, long rebound, Cooper's there after a bounce. And McPherson gets it back. Ingles on the far end, ball above his head. Getting the ball poked at, but keeps it alive. Cross-court feed, Cooper. Gets a screen from Riesener. DeVoe picks him up. Bounce pass Riesener. Drives baseline. Layup. Crawls off. Rebounded by Salina South. And the Cougars take it right back. Up by 4. 5:20 to go third. Wilcox. Hands off. Henley thought about a 3. Fake. Steps up. Thought about a jumper. Now drives and gets an easy left-handed layup to fall. 6-point Salina South lead, 35-29, 5 minutes to go in the third. Malm, stop and go, drives all the way, tough floater, way short, rebounded by the Cougars. Wilcox the other direction. Drives right and hands off. Top of the circle, it's Myers. He drives on Cooper all the way, shot blocked by Riesener and out of bounds. Second block of the quarter by Eli. KJ Harrison will check in for Paxton Ingles. Myers will play it in on the baseline. Inside finds Henley, who was open for a second, then spins, lost it as it was poked at by Harrison. He then got it back, put up a wild shot that missed. A wrestle for the ball. We'll have a tie-up, and the arrow will keep it with Salina South with a fresh shot clock. 4:33 to go in the third, and still McPherson down by 6. Errant pass, DeVoe collects, lays it in, and one. Who's the foul on? They called it on Pyle. He was well away from the play. He was not even close to the play, and McPherson will call a timeout. That's Pyle's 4th. Wow, that's incredible. Well, Pyle has 4 fouls, and so he's really going to have to be careful. I didn't think Pyle was anywhere near that play. It was going to be either Riesener or Cooper, and it was 0 for 2. It was Pyle called for the foul. DeVoe made the layup, and he's got an and one opportunity. And that will put Pyle on the bench.
Team foul number 2, the line shooting 2, Gavin DeVoe. Basket was good.
DeVoe at the line for 1. Free throw, up and in. So now Jet Pyle not on the floor with 4 fouls. So it's Ashton Malm, KJ Harrison, Cole Cooper, Eli Riesener, and Paxton Ingles. Malm, handoff, Cooper on the near side, and a blocking foul will be called on Myers, who thought he drew a charge. Well, they said Easton Wilcox. I figured it was on Myers. It is on Myers, and then Myers commits another foul for trying to go over the top of Malm after getting the entry pass. So McPherson will play it in the backcourt. 38-29, Salina South, 4:15 to go in the third quarter. Timeout. Oh, technical foul called on the bench of Salina South. It's not on the head coach. It's on the bench. But 2 free throws coming up for Ashton Malm, who will shoot the technical free throws. I think it was on an assistant coach. First free throw, good. By the way, checking at that replay on that foul on Jet, he did swipe down behind the play, but I don't know how much contact he made. Free throw no good by Malm. I didn't think he had more contact on that. I was able to now watch the replay of that on our video stream, which you can watch for free, by the way, on adastraradio.com/TV and the free Ad Astra Radio mobile app. But after that technical free throw, Ashton Malm makes it 38-30, Salina South, with 4:13 to go in the third quarter. So McPherson will play it into the backcourt, or in the front court rather. And now we'll finally get underway. Malm controlling the point. Picks up the dribble. Harrison near corner. Fake, steps back. Now to his right, needs help, finds it. Cooper, top of the key. Cooper stops at the wing, kick in. Riesener. Backdoor feed is taken away by Webb. And Salina South gets the ball right back. Up 38-30, 3:45 to go third quarter. Webb on the left wing, waves people around. Backdoor feed, inside, shot blocked from behind by Riesener. His third of the quarter. McPherson with the board. Cooper, right side, Malm, he wants a three. He missed everything, but a foul called away from the ball on KJ Harrison of McPherson. Team's third. (38-30), Salina South over McPherson, 3:20 to go in the third. Left wing Henley, kick inside, Walker, fade, shoots, way off, rebounded by McPherson. Good defense by Malm. Malm calling out a screen. Gets one, he spins, and we'll have a foul called. I believe it's on. Oh, did they call that on McPherson? They did. They called it on Riesener. And that's his second. Team foul number 4. Next one puts Salina South in the bonus. 38-30, Salina South, 2:50 to go in the third. DeVoe almost lost it on the sideline. And near side, we have a foul called on McPherson, on Cole Cooper, so free throws coming. They called it on Malm, actually. That's his third, team's fifth, and 2 free throws coming for Kyler Webb, and the wheel's starting to fall off. First free throw, good. His first trip to the line today. 6 points for Kyler Webb off the bench. Second free throw, in and out. Riesener kept it alive, then got the rebound. Up ahead, Harrison, up the floor. Euro step, kick near side. Cooper open for a three. Short, rebounded by Salina South. McPherson can't buy a bucket. All the way home, Wilcox fakes, shoots, misses, but a foul called on Ingles. And 2 free throws coming. Ingles' second foul. They called that on Riesener. That looked like that was all Paxton. That did not look like it was on Eli. So 2 free throws by Wilcox. He rattles home the first. So Becker with 3 fouls will have to come in for Riesener with 3. Jalen Cheeks also checks in for Salina South. Wilcox second free throw, good. 41-30, Salina South with their largest lead of the day. 2:23 to go in the third. Malm turns the corner, near side for Becker. As McPherson runs a weave. Near corner, Harrison fakes. And now Malm will control the point. Malm picks up his dribble, needs help, finds it with Cooper. Shot clock down to 8. Ingles, right side for Malm. Picked up defensively, Malm. Near side, Harrison chucks up a three. Short. Rebounded by Salina South. Webb stops and kicks cross court far side for Henley. And now Wilcox, and what do we have? We have an offensive foul called on Wilcox for a push-off. Back the other direction. 15 foul, but offensive foul does not warrant free throws.
Correction, that is his second personal foul.
1:40 to go in the third. They played in way into the backcourt. Malm takes the ball up. Near side, Harrison. Harrison turns the corner. Tough shot. Just crawled up, but he got hit. Foul called. KJ's going to the stripe. Jalen Cheeks called for his first. 92 seconds to go, third quarter. First free throw, good. First point of the day for KJ. Trying to cut it to within 9. Second free throw, got it. 41-32, Salina South. 90 seconds to go in the third. Wilcox, far side, almost over and back on the near end. Henley slows it down on Becker. Wanted a three, Becker closed in. Dangerous pass, tipped and stolen by Malm. And then Malm walked. So a turnover back to Salina South. Salina South to play it into the forecourt. Into Wilcox, doubled up, bad pass into the backcourt. Can they save it? They just do. Walker, high pass near corner, Wilcox for three. No. Rebound, fought for, up in the air, taken. Shot blocked by Ingles, they get it back again. Another block, no, they call the foul. They say he hit him on the head. So 2 free throws for Henley. First one, no. Where's Rasheed Wallace when you need him? If you know, you know. Another free throw coming for Henley. On its way. Missed that one as well, but another offensive rebound. Cheeks doubled up. Near side, Walker steps into a tough two. Got it. 43-32, Salina South. 45 seconds to go in the third. Harrison turns, near corner. Cooper tries to answer with a triple. He does! Cole Cooper from downtown, his first points of the game. 8-point game. Salina South will likely hold for the final shot. Shot clock is off. Far side, inside, wide open. Layup good by Webb. Nobody was home. And McPherson now down 10. 12 seconds to go, third quarter. Malm drives, steps back, puts his defender on skates. Three, in and out. Rebound, and McPherson, a dive for the ball, near side, and a foul called. And I'm surprised there was no over-the-back call on Salina South. And McPherson fans and the bench are up in arms. There was not a foul called, actually, a jump ball. And Jet Pyle comes in, 1.5 to go, a lob, Riesener collects, missed the shot, layup good, will not count, but a foul was called before the buzzer. A foul was called before the buzzer, so 2 free throws for McPherson. Foul called on Cheeks. It's on the shot by Reasoner. So Eli Reasoner will shoot 2 with nobody down low. So these free throws will end the third quarter. First free throw, no, he missed it. The first does not go down. He's got one more. Second free throw, he missed that one too. So the third quarter ends, and it's Salina South 45, McPherson 35. Fourth quarter coming up after this. We are back in 30 seconds from Salina South High School. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Even trying to enjoy a fun event can be difficult after the loss of a loved one. Unanswered questions, feelings of stress and grief are only natural. As the owner and director of Inman Funeral Home, I bring over 25 years of experience bringing comfort and empathy during time of loss. Rely on me to guide you through all aspects of planning a funeral service with compassion, dignity, and respect. I'm Athena Johnson with Inman Funeral Home. Find me at inmanfh.com.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Coverage of McPherson High School basketball is presented by McPherson College. You bring the dream, we'll build the team. Success is a team effort. Begin building yours at McPherson College. It's a great day to be a Bulldog. We're also brought to you by Next Tech Wireless. Stream every game live, audio or video on your phone with the Ad Astra Radio app, powered by Next Tech Wireless. Find the latest phones and devices at the best prices. 45-35, Salina South over McPherson, and what was just a very weird and wacky and wild third quarter, where Salina South outscored McPherson 14-10. Fans on both ends not happy with officiating or what's going on the floor. Salina South with the ball. Henley fakes, poked loose by Harrison. Near side on the corner. Webb. I'll talk more about that talking point that I had earlier. Webb, far side to DeVoe, guarded by Reasoner. High near side, Wilcox drives, layup. No, offensive rebound. DeVoe missed the bunny. Rebounded by McPherson. Deep pass, here comes Jet Pyle. One-on-one, all the way. He'll miss the layup. Rebounded by Salina South. Wilcox, near side. Webb, fakes, steps up, bounce pass. DeVoe lays it in. And Coach Kinnaman wants a timeout. 47-35, Salina South. 7:15 to go. We'll take one with them. We're back in 30 from Salina South High School. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
At People's Bank and Trust, we value our customers. We know you have plenty of choices for your mortgage loans, but we think we have what you're looking for: relationship banking. And if you're considering refinancing or purchasing a new home, check our competitive rates before you make that change. Your payments will be made at home, and you'll receive good personalized service. That's how we've established many long-lasting relationships. Make a change, know your lender, and make your payments at home with People's Bank and Trust. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
7:15 to go. McPherson trailing Salina South 47-35. Coverage of McPherson High School basketball brought to you in part by McPherson Center for Health, McPherson Laundry, Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers, and Pools Plus, Mid-Kansas Credit Union, Bullseye Irrigation, the Pooh Squad, Terra Financial Crop Insurance. I'd like to thank them and all of our sponsors for helping bring you coverage of Bullpup Athletics. McPherson will have the ball, trailing 47-35 against Salina South. Here on the road, Cooper across midcourt. Guarded well, hands off to Pyle, who's in the game with 4 fouls. Malm finds Pyle near side, he fakes. Lowers the head, he has a smaller defender on him. Pyle drives, pulls up from the free throw line and banked it in. He wanted a foul, didn't get one, but Jet Pyle gets on the board in this fourth quarter. 47-37, Salina South. On the drive, near side, tough layup, crawls home for Henley. McPherson has given up a lot of baseline drives over the past couple of days, and today that's been Salina South's MO. Pyle steps into a triple, too strong, rebounded by Salina South. And here come the Cougars, up by 12 with 6:20 remaining. Wilcox, kick into the corner. Webb lost it on the ground. McPherson has it. Deep pass, Reasoner all the way. Lays it up and in. Back to 10, 6 minutes to go. Wilcox taking the ball up the floor, guarded by Pyle. Bounce pass, splits through defenders. Webb drives, extra pass, got poked away. Cooper trying to get the ball. There's a scrum for it and a tie up. The arrow will give it to McPherson. Dane Becker will check back in for McPherson. Jackson Myers in for Salina South. By no means necessary is this game over. It's a 10-point game, 5:51 to go. And a team built with competitors. Malm will take the ball up the floor. Reasoner, top of the key. With a right-handed dribble. Crosses, steps, needs help, finds it with Cooper. Pyle out front. Wilcox tries to reach in, does not. Shot clock at 8. Pyle mows over a man. He's called for an offensive foul. That's his 5th. Pyle trying to claim that he flopped. But Pyle's out. Have to wait for McPherson to bring someone else in because there's only 4 on the floor for McPherson because Jets fouled out. Crew Buckman will come in. And that changes the landscape of things so much. Bad pass, Malm with the steal, but too much on the layup. Rebounded by Salina South. Here's a deep pass, high pass, McPherson. Picks it back up, though, and DeVoe controls near side. They'll slow it down. Myers, now to DeVoe on the near side. He drives baseline with Reasoner on him. Tough shot missed. Reasoner with the rebound. McPherson looking to push, down by 10, 5 minutes to go. Bounce pass, here comes Malm all the way home. He missed the layup, backed up by Reasoner, but to a Cougar. Deep pass, Cooper there defensively, but the layup goes in by Henley. And it's a 12-point Salina South lead, 4:40 to go. Malm, high pass into Reasoner. Needs help, double team. Forces up a tough shot. That's not even close. Rebounded by Salina South. And Salina South does not cross midcourt in time. A 10-second violation. Jackson Myers taps his chest saying, my bad. Kyler Webb comes back in for Kobe Henley, who's gasping for air as he heads to the sideline. And another timeout call by McPherson. He'll have 1 left. 51-39 Salina South with 4:21 remaining. And we'll take one with them. We're back in 30 from Salina South. This is McPherson High School basketball for the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Vince Lombardi once famously stated, individual commitment to a group effort is what makes a team work, a company work, a society work. I'm Keith Razak, and along with the insurance team at Farmers Alliance, we're cheering on all the local competitors this season. Your passion for the game and loyalty to your school fill us all with the sense of pride. Thanks for showcasing top-notch sportsmanship and talent, influencing our community in a positive way. Just remember, at Farmers Alliance, through it all, we're your biggest fans.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
4:21 remaining. McPherson trailing 51-39 with 4:21 to go here at Salina South. Jet Pyle, who's fouled out of the game. He had 29 points yesterday, which was a career high. He finishes with 14 points today. 5 on the floor for McPherson. Ashton Malm, Dane Becker, Eli Reasoner, Crew Buckman, and Cole Cooper. 4:21 to go. McPherson with the ball. 1 timeout left. Salina South has 4. We'll play it into the backcourt for Malm. Malm with a left-handed dribble. Handoff to Buckman. Top of the circle, gets a screen. Buckman right side, finds Cooper. Cooper slows it down. Defenders draped all over him. Cooper steps back, crosses, fires from the free throw line. Got it! Cole Cooper with 5 points today. 10-point game, 51-41. Bad pass out of bounds, though, off of Buckman, and it will stay with Salina South. KJ Harrison will check in for McPherson. He'll come in for Buckman. (51-41), McPherson trailing, 3:50 to go. They play it in, and Wilcox pushing to the other end, has an opening, but missed the reverse layup. DeVoe, offensive rebound, gets the stick back. And back to a 12-point deficit. Malm steps back, bounce pass Riesener near elbow, ball above his head. Riesener spins inside, tough shot, way short, lot of contact, no whistle. Coach Kinnaman pleading for a foul. And rebounded by Salina South. Myers steps back on Becker, steps up, drives, needs help. DeVoe, left side, Webb traveled. And a turnover back to McPherson. McPherson will get it back, 3:10 to go. And they need a run quick. Malm gets a screen, drive, shot blocked by DeVoe and out of bounds. Henley will check in. For Salina South. And McPherson with a deep inbound. Becker, right side Malm, thought about a three, but defender closed in. Malm, tough guarded two, just short, rebounded by Salina South, but a fight for the ball. Harrison, what a job, it's on the deck, and there will be a tie-up. The arrow will give it back to Salina South. Good effort, though, by KJ. And 2:49 to go in the fourth. McPherson down by 12 and on defense. Dangerous inbound, but it finds Myers, who crosses midcourt on the left wing and steps back. Far corner with the ball, DeVoe. Turns the corner on Riesener, near side. Henley thought about a three. Now Wilcox drives into the corner. Myers with an up fake. Shot clock at 12 for Walker, who's been quiet in this quarter. Now near midcourt, Myers with 6, drives, fakes with 5, floats in and out. Offensive rebound again, near side Henley for 3, got it. 7 points in this quarter for Kobe Henley. 15-point McPherson deficit with 2 minutes to go. Cooper behind the back. Tried to hand it off to Becker, but it's taken, and Henley will have a breakaway. Malm tries to catch up with him, and Henley will lay it in. 58-41, Salina South with 1:45 left. Malm, coast to coast, lays it in with the left hand. McPherson then pokes it out of bounds. It will stay with Salina South with 100 seconds remaining, but Salina South will call a timeout. Crew Buckman will check in after the timeout. But with 100 seconds to go, we'll have a full timeout. We'll be back in 30 right after this. You're listening to McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
At McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners, we take pride in helping our customers look good, and we're proud to be a part of downtown McPherson with drop-off and pickup services now at A5 Western. We can save you time with our laundry service and offer specialty services as well, including wedding dress cleaning and preservation, bedding, drapes, and blankets. Drop off and pick up from McPherson Laundry and Dry Cleaners at A5 Western in downtown McPherson.
Need reliable electric.
Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers is all about the good.
Back in live, Salina South High School, McPherson trailing 58-43 with 100 seconds to go in this ball game. And McPherson will be on defense, and it's pretty much just the wheels kind of fell off in this second half, and they trailed by 5, or rather 6 at halftime. They were able to bring it back in close. Here's a deep pass, and Becker reaches in on Myers, and Becker will be called for the foul, just the team's second. Becker's fourth. But again, Jet Pyle, who's fouled out of the game, and one of those 5 fouls the majority of McPherson fans and bench did not agree with. Salina South plays it in, near side. Near wing with the ball, Myers turns the corner, but stops near side, guarded by Cooper. He steps up, double team, he needs help, still needs it, and a foul called. And it's on Becker, he's out of the game. And the third team foul, so McPherson will have to find someone to come in. Coach Kinnaman speaking with one of the officials. And Ingalls will come in for Becker. A lot of times Kinnaman hasn't really shouted towards the officials, but I think everybody in McPherson knows Kinnaman's the most angry when he's quiet. So Salina South with the ball, up by 15, 1:10 to go. Henley near wing, ball above his head. He steps up with a waist-high dribble. Back near corner, DeVoe drives baseline on Reasoner, fakes, needs help, shot clock at 10. Walker near side, guarded by Malm. Steps back with 6, with 5. Walker gets a screen, puts up a tough guarded 3, no. Rebounded by Ingalls. McPherson with the ball, 45 seconds to go. Cooper steps back, steps left, now fires a long 2, short. Only 2 seconds separate the 2 clocks, and Salina South will slow down the ball. Myers, they'll slow it on the near side. And McPherson, they will fall to 1-1 on the year. Salina South to 2-0. Myers still just controlling the ball. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Myers drives and lays it up. He missed it. Rebound fought for. Malm has it with 2, with 1. Puts it up from half court. In and out, and that's the game. Final score, Salina South 58, McPherson 43. The Bullpup Locker Room Show coming up next. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
Coverage of Bullpup basketball continues next with the Bullpup Locker Room Show. Stay tuned as we name tonight's play and player of the game. The McPherson Bullpups play on 98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
The Kansas legal team at Pyle Law handles cases in McPherson County and throughout the state of Kansas. Now is the time to call for your free consultation. This is Liz Pyle, and my husband Tom has over 25 years of experience in all matters relating to workers' compensation, car wrecks, and personal injury law. Tom takes the time to evaluate your options, inform you of your rights, and walks you through the complicated process of seeking compensation for your personal injuries or loss. Contact me at 620-241-9000, and I'll schedule your appointment with Tom today.
Unwrap savings with MTC Fiber Internet in December. Celebrate 120 years of MTC with 120 days of free fiber internet. Visit mtcforme.com/get fiber now. Call 877-216-9951 or stop by one of our offices in Little River, Lyons, Marquette, McPherson, or Sterling to stay merry, bright, and connected.
On the basketball court, a good offense is the best defense. You can count on Farm Bureau agent Teresa Boken to be your family's point guard and defend you against whatever life throws your way. She's there to handle your auto, home, life, and business insurance needs. Don't wait for the worst to happen when it comes to your insurance. Talk to Farm Bureau agent Teresa Boken in Sterling today and see how she can protect what matters most.
Contact me, Teresa Boken in Sterling, at 620-278-2572.
Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agriculture Insurance Company.
At Mid-Kansas Credit Union, we live by our motto,
Grounded in the past, growing for the future. We are a full-service credit union with offices in Mound Ridge and Buhler. Mid-Kansas Credit Union would like to wish all the athletes the best of luck as they compete this season.
Are you tired of your dusty or muddy driveway? APAC Kansas Shears Division is here to help. This is Derek Fees. Call us and ask us about our asphalt millings. If you are a do-it-yourselfer, arrange for pickup or delivery at your convenience. Call APAC today at 620-662-2112.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
McPherson falls for the first time this year, 58-43 to Salina South here on the road. They fall to 1-1 on the year, and Salina South moves up to 2-0 this season after back-to-back wins. McPherson closes off the Salina Invitational Round Robin tomorrow afternoon, as the girls will tip off at 1 and the boys at 2:30 as they face Liberal High School. McPherson's leading scorer was Jet Pyle, but he fouled out early in the fourth quarter. But he had 5 made buckets, 4 twos and 1 3. He was 3 for 3 at the free throw line. Ashton Mom had 13 points, 5 made baskets with 3 twos and 2 threes, 1 of 2 at the free throw line. Eli Riesener had 6 with 3 made buckets. He was 0 for 2 at the stripe, though. 5 points from KJ Harrison, 1 made basket, which was a 3, and then 2 for 2 at the stripe. And 5 points from Cole Cooper, 2 made buckets, a 2 and a 3. So 5 different scores for McPherson, where 8 played in total for the Bullpups. And they fall by 15 points here today. And McPherson, 14 made buckets, 3 of them 3-pointers, and 6 for 9 at the free throw line here today. But I think a lot of that, Coach Kinnaman wants to keep in mind is that they only went to the line 9 times today. So you'd probably like more, but I'm sure an extended talk in the locker room just about today, and then what to think about come tomorrow, as he wants to make sure everybody gets a decent amount of rest. And then McPherson will take on Liberal tomorrow afternoon. Hayesville campus, or rather Salina South takes on Hayesville campus after the McPherson games tomorrow afternoon here at Salina South High School. So McPherson, they fall here on the road to Salina South, 58-43. They're 1-1 on the year. Before we take a time out, let's thank our partners, the Good Merchants, So Swedish, Wave Tech Roofing, and Central Christian College. They are just some of the sponsors that help bring you coverage of McPherson High School athletics, which there'll be more of tomorrow that we'll bring you coverage of tomorrow afternoon. When we return, we'll give you more of the final numbers, take you around the McPherson Dental Care scoreboard, and then also hear from head coach Kurt Kinnaman for the boys team. Again, McPherson falls by final score 58-43 over Salina South. This is McPherson High School basketball from the Midway Motors broadcast booth on KMCP.
More of the Bullpup Locker Room Show is next. Listen all season for McPherson Bullpups basketball on Ad Astra Radio. 98.9 and 1540 KMCP. The McPherson Bullpups play here.
Merry Christmas from all of us here at Pools Plus. All in-stock spas are at their lowest prices and ready to be delivered. If you're having a hard time finding the perfect gift for your loved one, why not a gift card from Pools Plus? Come see your friends at Pools Plus and let us help spread the holiday cheer with the most magical savings. Shop local, shop Pools Plus, 21 East 1st in downtown Hutchinson.
Experience the best in customer service when you call Alliance Agency Inc. for a Buckeye Insurance Group personal insurance quote. Alliance Agency Inc. can provide insurance coverage to meet your family's needs. Protect your financial future by calling Alliance Agency Inc. at 620-241-0213. Buckeye Insurance Group and Alliance Agency Inc. working together to protect you.
Hi, I'm Josh French, owner of Tallgrass Turf Solutions in McPherson. We provide expert turf management, offering fertilizations, aerations, and pest control. And we are dedicated to quality workmanship and exceptional customer service. If you want to ensure your lawn receives the utmost care, trust our experienced professionals at Tallgrass Turf Solutions. Find us online at tallgrassturfsolutions.com. Tallgrass Turf Solutions in McPherson. We build gorgeous, self-sustaining lawns.
Hi, this is Lucas Raleigh with Raleigh Insurance. If you're thinking about shopping your business's insurance, let us do the shopping for you with our newly expanded markets and carriers. As an independent agency, we've been working with large commercial accounts to small family businesses across Kansas for over 50 years. Check out RaleighInsurance.biz, see me in Little River, or stop by Raleigh Insurance in Inman or Lyons today.
Since 1965, your choice for home, auto, farm, and commercial insurance. Raleigh Insurance. Get your free quote today.
98.9 and 1540 KMCP.
Welcome back for the final time here at Salina South High School. McPherson boys fall by a final score of 58-43. Still have yet to see head coach Kurt Kinnaman. We'll see if we will talk with him here post-game, or if he just wants to head home and get some rest, which I don't blame him for. Of course, it's an early afternoon tip tomorrow with the girls playing at 1 and the boys at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon here at Salina South High School as McPherson faces the Liberal Redskins tomorrow afternoon. Again, let's run you through the final numbers for McPherson. Leading scorer was Jet Pyle, 14 points. Ashton Malm had 13. Eli Reasoner had 6. 5 points apiece for KJ Harrison and Cole Cooper. That was all of the scoring for McPherson here today. Leading scorer for Salina South was Kobe Henley, 17 points, and then 13 points from Sawyer Walker, 10 points from Gavin DeVoe, 9 from Easton Wilcox, and 8 from Kyler Webb, and then only one other point. That was to Jackson Myers. But here's the kicker to keep in mind. 18 made buckets for Salina South, 6 threes. Here's the kicker, though. 16 for 25 at the free throw line. They went to the free throw line 25 times, while McPherson went to the stripe just 9 times here today. Head coach Kurt Kinnaman now joins us on the headsets, and Coach, I will say in the second half, there were some times where I had to try to hold my fire, and I'm glad you have more fire than I, my brother.
Oh, I got if NBA Commissioner Adam Silver's listening, I don't want to get fined. Give Salina South credit. They played really, really hard, and they made some tough shots. So let's give them credit for that. They deserve to win the game. And then let's give them credit for, being able to play the whole fourth quarter without fouling. Unbelievable effort by them to play the whole quarter without fouling. It was just tremendous defense on their part to not foul the whole quarter. We learned a lesson, because I upset some people, and then Ash upset some people, and when you do that, it's human nature that those people don't like you. And so, hopefully we learned a lesson. A lot of that was, probably I need to spend more time coaching my team than worrying about, things that you don't have any control over.
And if I may chime in just for a moment, and just one point that I'm thinking about, you win 2 straight state titles, you kind of start to become everyone's Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's always like that, Lane. We're always going to get everybody's best shot, and certainly we got theirs tonight, and I'm sure we'll get the same from Liberal. The one thing, Lane, that I will say is I thought, that didn't look like the kind of basketball we usually play. Too much one-on-one basketball. We had too many bad shots. We just had some fundamental errors that if we're going to be good, that's what we're going to have to improve upon those things. But, these guys are coachable, and they want to get better. And so, luckily we got another game tomorrow. I thought I'm not going to fault their effort any. You know, we just have to learn some things, like if we don't have the quickness to stay in front of the ball, you know, maybe we need to back up and give a guy a little bit of room. But those are things that'll come. And, you know, you go from a really good high last night to a pretty good low tonight. But, you know, that is what it is. And we're thankful we get to play tomorrow.
Absolutely. Coach, we'll go ahead and head on home and get as much rest as we can before coming back tomorrow afternoon, especially with the late start that we had today. So, Coach, thanks for the time, and we'll see you again tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Lane.
It's head coach Kurt Kinnaman on the headset with us. Time now for the Hub Brick Oven play of the game. And it's, I will say, it was probably a tough guarded shot that Jet made early on in the game, where he got a tough and one on the elbow. So that will be the Hub Brick Oven play of the game, featuring the world famous Brick Oven Pizza. Get your grub at the Hub at 100 South Christian in Mound Ridge. I'm telling you, I'm craving some pizza right now. The People's Bank and Trust player of the game, I'll have to also give it to Jet today. He had 14 points, team high, and you know, if he was on the court longer, probably could have tacked on a lot more. But such is life. It is what it is, and that's how it goes. McPherson falls today, but Jet Pyle becomes our People's Bank and Trust player of the game, featuring their world-famous Brick Oven Pizza, or correction, wrong one. People's Bank and Trust live stream coordinator. This is Lane Gillespie. So long from Salina South High School. We'll see you once again tomorrow afternoon, starting at 12:40 on 98.9, 1540 KMCP.
At Midway, stop by one of our 5